You know,
Yeah.
I
They were
think
here all night.
we'll try to do that. We'll do our best. We're ready.
I'm
Okay.
2.5 days, it said it took him to
Yeah.
get all those signatures.
Keith, we're trying to help you to get out early.
Okay, I think we're ready to get started. And are we online? Hopefully so. Thank you, Rodney. Thank you to all of you that have come this evening, and welcome to our city council meeting. And to those that are online, we appreciate you joining us this evening. So I appreciate Jordan Hodges with Christian Faith Center coming to open us in prayer. Jordan, come on up and open us in prayer, and then if you wouldn't mind leading us in the pledge, that would be great. Thank you.
Honored. Thank you, Mayor. Father, we thank you for tonight. And Lord, we just open this evening coming before you. Lord, your word is very clear that when the city prospers, everybody that lives in it prospers. And so we thank you for great leadership. Thank you for each one of these amazing leaders, Lord, that you've raised up to govern the people of Nampa, Idaho. And Lord, we pray for blessing over every decision that's made. Lord, may every decision be sprinkled with wisdom, with godly counsel. And Lord, we just pray blessing over them. And I'm so thankful that in days like these, Lord, that we have leaders like you have raised up. Thank you for our mayor. Thank you for the city council members and the city leaders that are here tonight. And again, Lord, we pray for wisdom and blessing, not just on this meeting, but over our great city. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mayor.
Jordan, so good to see you, and thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all you do for our community.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you. We'll begin with roll call.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Bruner?
Here.
Mucci?
Here.
Levi?
Present.
Haverfield?
Here.
Bauer?
Here.
As we get ready for the consent agenda, we do have a couple amendments to the agenda. The first one is that we will be removing items 1, 8, A through G from the agenda. Those will come back at a later time. We inadvertently have them on, and we're still waiting for some signatures for the resolutions, for the development agreements for the industrial area. The other item that's removed is item number 7-6 under unfinished business. And then we will do our best to adjust our schedule to maybe get Still Falls moved up so that you don't have to sit here all evening. But I'll do my best. So with that, Council, are you aware of any other amendments to the agenda?
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
I question item 514. I thought that was going to be moved to the September 8th city council meeting.
No, it did not get moved. 514?
Yeah,
No,
You
but we
decided
can
to-
discuss it, yeah. I
Okay.
apologize, yes.
all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any other questions or amendments? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll make the motion as amended.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Thank you. So we do not have any proclamations this evening. The next item on the agenda is where we have a residents that have an opportunity to say something, but within that, we have a presentation with the Nampa Fire Department. Thank you guys for being here, and so I'm going to turn it over to you. Do y'all want to come up? No?
Mayor Kling, City Council, thank you very much for having us this evening. Tonight, we, the Nampa Fire Department, would like to recognize a citizen of Nampa who went above and beyond and helped save a life. Stephanie Little saved the life of her father on a night in June. I'm just going to briefly read what she wrote to us. I'll interject what we did and we'll invite her up. So in May, Stephanie's father, Stephan, had a heart attack. He had several stents placed. Now we fast forward to June 15th, where that evening, He's sitting on the couch, becomes unconscious and unresponsive. Stephanie's mom realizes that, quickly gets the house going. Friends call 911. Preston, her little brother, runs out, grabs Stephanie. Stephanie comes in, and all she's thinking is, shoot, something's going on with his heart. Stephanie was trained in CPR when she was younger, and this is something that makes my heart happy. In her class, all that she could remember was the beat to staying alive. That's something that I teach. It stuck with her. It's fantastic. So she's doing chest compressions. Her husband is switching out with her. At that time, we arrive. We get to him. He's unconscious still, unresponsive. My partner checks a pulse. He has one. It's beat, beat, and then it stops. We have our cardiac monitor hooked up. We shock him very quickly. We start compressions again. And after the 5th compression, he reaches up and says, "Can you please stop that?" We're like, yes. So we get him to the hospital. Everything is he's doing fine. He's joking with us. Stephanie writes in her letter that she wrote to me that everybody in that house that night was a hero, and I totally agree with that. But what sticks out the most and what we would like to honor today is her courage, her bravery, and her quick thinking that helped save her father's life. I submitted her story to the American Heart Association. They honored her with a plaque that says, in recognition of advancing the mission of the American Heart Association in emergency cardiovascular care through a courageous act and effort to save a life. So with that, I would like to invite Stephanie Little to come up, receive this award. I also have a letter from the American Heart. I'll just quickly read the first paragraph. Dear Stephanie, the American Heart Association would like to say thank you. It's a pleasure to honor you for acting so courageously and swiftly to offer life-saving aid. Today, many Americans feel helpless during an emergency because they do not know how to administer CPR or are afraid of hurting the victim. We want to recognize heroes that have stepped in to save a life. Thank you for forming the heroic of CPR, a critical link in our chain of survival. You have not only helped save the life within your community, but you are also partnering with American Heart to improve the survival rate of citizens who receive bystander CPR. So we'd also like to give her this letter as well. If I could also have her dad, Steph, stand up too, here he is today because of her act. So. Thank you so much for your time, guys. Appreciate it.
Now, how did you get away without saying anything? Would
Wow.
you like to come up and say something?
You don't have to.
Okay.
If you'd like to, you're welcome to. Yeah. And so you're the dad? She saved your life. You look really young to be dealing with heart issues. Oh, my goodness.
Maybe you'd like to come up too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Come up here. Yeah, we need a picture with you guys together. Absolutely. Wow. That is so incredibly special. Wow.
Honestly, like I said in my letter, everyone was part of being a hero that night. My little brother ran over to our house to help us out, and my husband helped administer CPR. My sister was talking to my dad the whole time. Her husband was watching our kids while we were taking care of everything. So, I mean, everyone was helping that night, and it was really a family effort to make sure he's still with us today. So.
A gift of life. That is, I bet you're extremely thankful for your daughter and your entire family.
Mayor,
Wow. Yes.
how are you feeling now?
I'm all right. They put an ICD in me because, some people have bad knees, some people have bad arms. I guess I have a bad heart, So they put an ICD, which is the internal defibrillator, basically. And so if I need it, it will shock me. So luckily, it hasn't done that yet. But, and she hasn't had to push on my chest anymore.
Good.
So Mayor, were you a firefighter then that was on the scene?
Yes,
or
sir.
And somebody else here also, or?
Yes, Mr. Jake Furman right there.
Okay, thanks, guys. All right.
Thank you guys, yeah. The
Thank you
That's
so
great.
much, and thank you to our firefighters. That is such a happy story. Are you wife? Yes. You know, I almost lost my dad at the age of 40, and at that time, I thought he was old, of course, but, but you know what? He lived till 80-something, 83 actually, and you know, but what a blessing, because you now get to have your family, you get to be with your family, and they get to be with you, and that is awesome, awesome. And thank you to our firefighters. I tell you, you guys, this is the happy story, right? They're not always happy stories. But thank you for your service. We greatly appreciate you, and Kirk and your leadership, but your whole team. Thank you so much. That's a great way to start a council meeting.
Sure is.
You guys don't have to stay for the rest of it, by the way.
Yeah. You can actually, feel free to leave. You can.
If you're smart, you'll go now.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Thank you. Wow. Oh, boy, that was special. Isn't that a wonderful? Oh, it's just such a,
I could see the mom crying. So I was like,
you know, you need good news in,
oh, we sure do.
yeah. Debbie, I realized that I didn't get my link opened up. Do we have, and Rick, hey, Rick, do we have anybody signed up to speak tonight for 3 minutes? And I'm going to need the link, an email with the link to our document. Did you already send it?
It's the same link as last time.
I mean, I did not, I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't save it in my tab, and now I'll have to get it. So Marjorie, you get to come speak for 3 minutes. It's good to
Well, I
see
won't
you.
speak 3 minutes, so I always say. Margie Potter with the Salvation Army. And I just want to let everybody know that whether the kids are going to school in the classroom or if they're doing it online, they still need school supplies. So we have about 375 kids signed up for school supplies, and we're probably about 100 backpacks short, and we're going to give them out this Friday and Saturday, so kind of under the gun here, and we're going to do it through as a drive-through kind of thing. So anybody that and some school supplies too. If you guys, we've lost our way of collecting school supplies as well because of the stores one door, and they're not allowing people to do collections and things like that. So, so I'm just putting out the big plea to collect school supplies. And I wanted to say I am just super happy to be part of the solution, no matter what's going on, whether they're in school or online. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
I have a quick question. So are you needing actual backpacks or money so that, and you guys have a source for backpacks?
Either place. So the Walmart on 12th Avenue, and I'm sure they would do the same at the other one, has offered us a discount to buy school supplies. So anybody that wants to give money would be happy to take that as well.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
you said Friday? This Friday?
Friday afternoon and Saturday is when we're going to be distributing them. So if we could get them, like, you know, be able to buy the stuff and pack the stuff before then would be super helpful. I'm sure I'll be doing it right through Friday morning.
Will you contact me if you're short by the next couple days?
Okay, we probably just,
We will be.
yes, just, I won't know, like, right, I'm usually collecting things right up until the last second, so.
And how much is a backpack, you might be asking?
So our estimation of what a backpack and supplies cost is like $47.30 something or something. But, you know, so but you can get backpacks for $5 at Walmart, I believe, you know, for the littles, and probably $10, $15 for the bigger kids.
Okay.
So,
Great.
okay.
Thank
Mayor,
you.
yes.
Yes.
Margie has also set up an Amazon
Oh,
link,
yeah, wish
so you
list.
can direct the order off of Amazon. It'll deliver to them. You can buy cases of backpacks.
Yep,
So that's a really great way to just ship a lot to her,
yeah, if you get
without
time,
having
then
to try
get here in
to
a couple of days. and-
locate in various stores. So anything from crayons to paper to backpacks. She's got
Yep.
a link set up.
Yes, everything, thanks.
What's your email?
MARJORIE.POTTER at usw.salvationarmy.org.
Marjorie,
Super long.
how about emailing us? Will you do that?
Yeah,
If you send it to our office, we'll get it out to these guys.
that'd be great.
So
Thank
send
you.
it tonight. In fact, if you send it now,
Yep.
TJ's there and she'll just get it out tonight.
Sure, I'll do that.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. I don't know if there's anyone else that is set up, and I'll have to look at my emails. Nope, okay. So the next item on the agenda is mayor and council comments, and I almost would like to set that back. I want to have a discussion about COVID, what's happening in our community. Darren, can you stay around in case we move some things around? Because we have a couple things, I mean, even if we don't get to it until 8.
Yeah, I'll be here till the end.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to push mayor and council comments back, if that's okay with you guys. That will allow us to move, in fact, Tom, I think I'm going to have staff report pause, and we're going to move to a couple of things that need to happen before 7. So the first item is that we have the first reading of an ordinance, number 4521, which is adding an additional commissioner position to the Nampa Development Corporation Board of Commissioners. And so that is a initial request, and Debbie will need to read the ordinance, but I'd like to just ask if there are any questions, because I'm sure council has read this. We have some incredible candidates, and currently the commission by ordinance can be expanded to 8 or 9, and currently we're at 5, and we'd like to expand that to 6. Are there any questions that we should, before we read the ordinance?
Mayor, and I asked Councilman Haverfield, so I'm sure he gave me the right answer the other day, but with it being 6, an even number, and I didn't know the bylaws, my understanding is if there's a 3-3 vote, then it's a no vote. Is that your?
That is my
what we're
understanding, is the,
I know you don't represent the NDC, but yeah, okay.
he's checked into it though and wrote the ordinance. Yeah,
Okay.
so he's been
'Cause
working
that
on
was
it.
my only concern, was that even number, if how things were going to be
Correct,
tied, yeah.
yes.
Mayor
Councilwoman Levi,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Levi, then Councilman Haverfield.
Thank you, Mayor. As I'm reading through the ordinance, my only thing that troubles me is, once again, the issue I continually bring up when we have committees, boards, et cetera, is that we really have adequate citizen representation. And I know that that's what, with the exception of the 2 council members, is for the NDC. But I would take it a step further, and each year when the NDC thing has come up, I would like to see a minimum of at least 2 of those positions outside of council being filled with citizens that are not development related in their careers or supporting in that fashion. I would like to just have common people on there that are thinking, not development oriented.
Well, thank you for that. So, and that's really where we've intended to go with these appointments, is to have a broad community, just basic community-minded individuals. And so, and that was really our intent, was to broaden with that in mind.
And with that intent, could we have that included in the ordinance?
We would need to amend.
Mayor Kling,
yeah.
before you say too much more, we currently have that, especially with these 2 appointments, we'll have that satisfied anyway, by virtue of their vocations and their involvement. So we don't have developers. Obviously, we have a small business. We do have a real estate-related lady that's coming on, but that's a positive. I see it. But Claudia Dina is not a developer. So her involvement, along with Kenton Lee's, would be very much in line with what Councilwoman Levi's concerns are.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Levi.
So real estate is a supporting profession,
Correct.
Right.
right?
Correct. The appointee tonight is not in real estate, but rather works with a title company. But that is not really development, oriented. It's providing services in the community, but also sits on a number of community boards. Hospital boards, chamber board is just community-minded. The intent is not development, so that was not the intent. And I will say with that, we do put these positions open to the public and interview them. We had a really good interview team, and I feel like we have, because anybody could apply, right? And so we feel very comfortable with the decision.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Just as a follow-up for council, when I first was elected to the city council, I was tasked with being on the Napa Development Corporation, and there were 9 members at that point. Council decided to, in an attempt to try to bring everything back into city residents, the council took over the NDC board with the sole purpose of trying to reorganize without pointing fingers at any one person. So, I mean, it was the proper way to do it, and it was acceptable by state statute. When we reorganized the Napa Development Corporation and kept it at 5, the thought was, well, it only takes 3 to create a quorum. But there were 6 on the NDC board when the council took over, and it was common practice if there was a 3-3 tie, obviously it was no vote. So there is a procedure in place for that, and that's where Councilman Bruner's concerns lied. I would say that I was pleased to be able to be involved with the interviews, and 2 solid candidates came to the top of that interview process, and we're very fortunate that there's an interest by both of them to be involved, and I think we would be well served by their appointments. So I'll
Thank you.
stop with that.
So at this time, this is the first reading of ordinance number 4521, adding an additional commissioner position, and that's our first action to the Napa Development Corporation Board of Commissioners. Debbie, could you go ahead and read that for us, please?
An ordinance enacted by the Napa City Council adjusting the total number of commissioners to serve on the Board of Commissioners of the Napa Development Corporation, providing an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, and orders and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any further discussion?
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
since Beth is here, is there any concern that this has to go back before the NDC board? So it's ratified tonight. Thank you. Sorry. Just wanted to make sure.
And Councilwoman Levi, your concerns are duly noted as we look to the future and for any future positions that open up, to be very mindful of the development community. Any additional conversation or comments? Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes. Now, keep in mind, Mayor, I'm sorry, our first meeting's tomorrow at 5 a.m. We'll try to get here by 8, but bring donuts. No.
So, Mayor, when actually, and I should know this, is it October 1st, or when do they officially take,
Yes,
is it October 1? Okay.
it is.
But yeah.
We're starting early, so
You're
they-
welcome to attend. I think we have an executive session tomorrow, but other than that, they're welcome to attend. Is that not correct? Past chairman of the NDC? Okay, thanks.
With that, we do need to consider consenting to the nomination of Wendy Rhodes and Kenton Lee to appointment on the Napa Development Corporation Board of Commissioners.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved.
Mayor, I know I'm always I love these 2 people, but can we ask them questions during the discussion?
If you would like to.
Okay, so both of you can just come up. I'm going to put you on the spot, but that's nothing new, and you can put me on the spot anytime. Hello, Wendy. It's not going to be that tough. I do know. I mean, I'm going to show my prejudice on this issue. Are any preconceived as far as notions or motivation to begin another urban renewal district in the future by either one of you? And you can do an honest answer, yes or no. Yes or no.
Nothing preconceived.
Nothing preconceived. I'm excited to see if that is a tool that can be used to strengthen Nampa's economy and tax base in the future. But
Second question is, I know there are some folks in the city of Nampa that if you're willing, and it's up to you, individual decision, that would just like to talk to you and just maybe educate you on urban renewal and the cost to the taxpayer. And, then you can leave that with whatever feeling you have. But, I'm very open about it. I'm not in favor of further opening of urban renewal districts. So, okay. All right. Love you both.
I said in my interview, I'm happy to listen to.
Okay, so you'd be willing to meet with individuals that are very educated, at least, there's no question, they're prejudiced in that area because of their education. Okay, thanks.
That said, I have to say, and I have to follow that up, urban renewal is a phenomenal tool. If we never used urban renewal again, our city would suffer. Because the Mercy Creek apartments are here because of urban renewal. The auto dealerships are there because of urban renewal, that development. So we need to not do what we did where we funded public buildings again. We
Right.
need to do it correctly.
And if there's
yeah.
individual sites, but when in district, I realize the Mercy is a district in its own self, but I'm talking about large districts as more or less that
I think with-
COWA is doing.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Mayor,
that's my,
To follow up with
Yeah.
Darrell's concerns, those questions were asked and answered.
Mm-hmm.
Urban renewal, like you say, can be used successfully and it can be misused. And it's been misused in Nampa in the past. But I think we're on the glide slope of the right direction that we're going. We have examples of it's being done right, like the Mercy Housing Project. But going forward, we're kind of in a management role, but we're in a positive situation where we're, if you've followed current storylines as far as the NDC is, we're in a position where we're going to pay off the bonds early. And that was a goal of the NDC, to get us out from underneath that obligation and then free us up to use the dollars available for North Nampa improvements, infrastructure and otherwise. So, but I've asked you the question, would you use it to build buildings? And you said no. And that was good enough for me, because that's where I'm coming from. I don't think it's our place to be building buildings, especially civic buildings, at the beginning of the process. It might be at the end when available dollars might be there, but this will sunset in its normal time frame. So there'll be an urban renewal board for a while, but starting a new urban renewal area, you're going to find resistance from the current board, and I think a lot of people in this city, because it's been misused in the past. But now I think we're in a great position to be able to use it wisely. So welcome you to the commission.
Councilman Bauer?
Sorry, I'm pretty new to all this. How long are they board members for? How would they get on and off?
So 5 years, but in this particular appointment, we have one for 4 years and one for 5 years, because we needed to stagger the terms so that we didn't have two expiring. We had a blank year, and then we would have had two. So I think Kenton is 5 and Wendy, you're 4. Yeah. So it's a 4-year term. So no pressure, anything. Thank you so much for joining.
Mayor.
Welcome to this environment.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Wendy and Kenton. I had also the pleasure of sitting in on, virtual interviews with Councilman Haverfield and others. And what I was really impressed about is I know both of these individuals really well and couldn't be more pleased that you're, again, stepping into another role in serving our community. But their answers weren't exactly the same. And I think that is really valuable right now. Kenton has a real eye for entrepreneurship and seeing, what that will bring to our community, where Wendy really had a focus on, what's going to happen downtown. And both of those make me very excited, because both are equally important. And I'm grateful to both of you for taking more onto your very busy plates, but you are both change agents, and I'm really excited to welcome you. Thank you.
and Wendy, will you start working on your tan pretty quick here, please?
Yeah. Thank you both.
Won't be the last time I embarrass you.
Are we able to chat for them?
Okay, so, we need to vote. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further questioning or discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yeah.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, you can clap now. Thank you, Jean. Thank you both for your willingness to, and don't feel like you have to stay. You're welcome. We appreciate you being here tonight, so thank you.
Don't leave, don't hurry, okay?
We'll see you at 8.
So we're going to go ahead and do action item number 5.2. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the contract with the Nampa Police Protective Agency, and I thought we'd do that, but I don't see a lot of, I don't see anybody here tonight. Am I missing something? Is somebody out there? They may think that it's going to be later. We must have just lost him, so
I can hear him.
I tell you what, Kirk, we'll go to item 5.3. Action item, this is the discussion regarding COVID-19 funding request and process, and this is Doug Racine.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
just FYI, I'm maybe going to take a little time on this one, so I don't, I mean, if you want to get, are we able to get?
Well, Doug, I'll just say flat out, Doug's daughter is getting married in Salt Lake City
Oh, man.
tomorrow morning, and he has to drive to Salt Lake tonight.
Come
He
up,
has
Doug.
to leave.
I was
As
not
soon
aware.
as the public hearing starts, once we're done with number one, he's gone.
Okay.
He can't stay because,
Chief's off here, maybe we just,
okay. Actually, are you going to stay this evening? Well, okay, then we'll just pause on yours. We'll move directly. We were going to vote on the union contract, but we'll just set it back if you don't mind, since you're on tonight. Okay. So Doug Racine, go ahead and move forward. And I apologize for that. It's just that he's,
Oh, by all
yeah,
means,
he's got to leave
I was not
town.
aware of that. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Hope you like the guy.
he is a good guy.
Okay.
This is commitment when he's driving tonight to get there. 'Cause it's- Yeah.
You see what he's driving, though? Little red Mustang.
Yeah, we ran into each other.
You ran into
Not
each other?
literally.
In his Camaro and your Mustang?
No, his Jeep.
He has a old Camaro, too.
Oh, he does.
Fine. Look at an old Enclave.
I do too. Yours.
2009.
Mine's an 8. Yeah, right
Yeah,
there.
we can probably go out and race them.
Yo. I like it though. Yeah.
Mayor, councilors, I'm here tonight to correct an oversight. With the heavy workload we've had the last 3 or 4 months, myself, Chief Carpenter, Christian Pudlow, the mayor, many of the people have been so focused on trying to figure out what we needed to figure out, we forgot that there are other people who also didn't know what we were busy trying to figure out, and mainly it becomes incumbent upon us to share with you what we've learned about the COVID-19 process, and particularly the capacity with which we are finding out about funding some of the costs that go with it. We failed to, while we were so busy learning that ourselves, we failed to share that with you. So I want to correct that tonight so that you can understand tonight and going forward the monies we have, the funding we have, and the responsibility we have to administer that appropriately. So with that, let me begin with the presentation. Kristen and I put this together. A lot of this is highly is drawn from the CARES Act, and you can go through it your own. I'm going to pull out 1 or 2 items per page and show you some of the things that we found. The CARES Act passed way back in March. As it applies to Idaho, down on the 3rd bullet point, allotted Idaho with $1.25 billion of money that Governor Little began to decide how to use early on in March and April. Going on to, as they began, by June 30th, they began to figure out the rules for how to use this money. It was very difficult initially when this was first opened up, because they would say, they being the state or FEMA, would say, here's money for you to use, but they wouldn't tell us really how to access it, or what the requirements were, or if it was a pre-approval or reimbursement, because they themselves didn't know. It was, everybody was learning as we went. But we've come to find out that initially, these are some of the things that the COVID monies were designed to cover: medical expenses, public health expenses, and payroll expenses for public health, healthcare, human services, payroll for those who are out and sick with the COVID-19 or responsible for caring for somebody. You can ask Jamie about the complexities related to HR. It's nightmarish, but the COVID money is also used to expenses to improve telework capacity so we could work remotely. The eligible expenditures were given to the states based off of the federal guidelines and they were primarily for the necessary function of the government, but they were not for revenue replacement. We could take no monies to replace lost revenues. That was a cardinal no-no. Now, there were basically 3 hard and fast rules about the COVID monies. They were necessary expenditures incurred during the health emergency crisis. They were not accounted for in any other budget. And they were incurred during a period that begun on March 1st and ends on December 30th. Don't know why they stopped at December 30th, but they did. Those were the 3 hard and fast rules. They've added some since then, but those are the basic ones. They gave examples of the type of expenses which are non-exclusive. Severance pay, legal settlements, damages, no, those we can't do. And at the very end of this process, I wanted to touch on this. At the very end of this process, on December 30th, any monies not spent get returned to the federal government. Now, that's kind of a tricky thing to wrap your mind around, because we only get the money as we request it based on reimbursement or pre-approval. So we've been allotted a certain amount of money, and we have a certain amount of time with which we can spend it. I have been in some state meetings where they indicate at the end of that time, if we have not spent the money, they will look for an appropriate use for that money rather than giving it back. I don't know what that is. It's a state decision, not a local decision. But we have a challenge, it's twofold here, is not only to spend the money wisely, but not to spend it too quickly, but to spend it wisely and for the right purposes. If they come back with additional legislation and it's in its progress right now, to extend this past December 30, we may have need for monies into calendar 2021. So if we spend all of the COVID monies this year and we have an emergent need next year, we may be limited on our capacity to use it. So it's a balancing act and spending it wisely and appropriately. Now, there are multiple funding sources for these monies. The primary one is Idaho Rebounds, CFAC, and CFAC is the Coronavirus Financial Advisory Committee. That's the one that's driven by Governor Little's program at the state. There are grants. We already have one DOJ grant. We have another smaller grant at the airport, and we have FEMA. This has been an evolving process. FEMA at the very beginning came out and said, come to us last. We are the last recourse for your funding if every other avenue you try fails. Now they're coming to us and say, don't wait, come to us now. So the dynamic changes, but they have different purposes and different uses of the funds. So let me go on. So my point here is we have multiple arenas for the funds and multiple ways with which to get it, which creates a very confusing process because we have to manage each different application separately in terms of applying for the funds, in terms of receiving funds, and in terms of spending the funds. It becomes very complicated. Very briefly, out of that 1.25 million, the cities around us, the Governor Little assigned 42.4 million to the cities. Boise got 7.9, Meridian 3.7. This is all based on population. We, Nampa 3.3, and Caldwell 1.9. I spoke last week with Boise's financial CFO. Out of their 7.9, right out of the gate initially, they received pre-approval to spend $1.2 million on infrastructure improvements, IT infrastructure improvements, telephone, computers, networking stuff. That was right out of the gate. They received that one. I'm not saying that we followed that path, but this was the thinking of the CFAC committee, that infrastructure was an intent purpose for this spending. Now, this is what we've done. Given the fact that reimbursement expenses must be incurred between 3/1 and 12/30, we have a reimbursement or pre-approval. We're trying to do almost everything we can on a pre-approval basis. We don't want to spend the money and then go find out that the CFAC is going to say no. So everything we try and do is pre-approval. The CFAC committee meets monthly.
or pardon me, they meet weekly to look at the approvals. But they may take 2, 4, 3, 4 or 5 weeks to approve any one request. They're getting requests from all the cities in the state, and they've got one committee to go through them all. They do it just like we do in a council here, where they have an agenda, they go through them, they vote on them, and it's a long meeting. So they have a lot to go through, and they get very easily bogged down. And often they'll come back and say, we need more information. So they'll look at it, I need more information, send it back, we give them more information. We have been a test bed for them in more than one avenue, where we developed the first application where they said, we like you're doing so much in terms of the structure and the form. They copied it and shared it with everybody else. So this is what we want your applications to look like based on what we had done. Also, the funding requests, we review them here twice weekly. We look at them and say, what do we need? What are the emergent needs of the city? We have to go get external quotes. We have to get an analysis and a need that has to be for a COVID-related purpose. Since we do pre-approval, we do a lot more upfront, but we minimize the risk downside of somebody saying no. One time they said in a meeting, well, somebody went out and bought a new drone that's not getting paid for by COVID-19 money. It's too bad for them. So we want to be upfront and prepared. So let me go on to the next slide, which kind of shows you what our structure is right now. This is a evolving document, meaning it changes all the time as we do these projects. The ones at the very top in red are requests that we have submitted and have been approved. We haven't received all the reimbursement for them yet, but they have been approved by the CFAC committee. The 3 in blue have currently been submitted and are being reviewed, and the ones in black are in various processes of being prepared for submittal to review. The challenge we have with doing these is that with the CFAC committee meeting monthly and the council meeting bi-weekly, how do we coordinate the timing of getting this information submitted to both you and to the CFAC committee, given that we have a very short window of time. And with that short window of time, they have not requested, and there is no expectation that we go for multiple bids, but there is the expectation that we do due diligence, we leverage state facilities, state bidding processes, and so forth. So what we propose, and what we're looking for approval with the council, is to leverage pretty much our existing process of expenses that are greater than $50,000, we bring before the council. We would do that with the COVID-19 process. Expenses under $50,000 that are approved by CFAC, we would run through the process and let them reimburse us, or pre-approve as the case may be. So if we look at, for instance, the item in blue, remote access workstations, $161,000. That is to provide a computer terminal or a computer laptop and related docking stations for individuals who work for the city who can legitimately work remotely and not have to be tied here. So if we have a problem with the virus, we need people to work, we need the city to keep functioning, we can let them work home, and they're funded by the CFAC program, and we have the new equipment for them, whereas a small desktop they cannot take with them. It doesn't work. But this allows the city to continue funding.
Mayor, may I ask just a question on that one?
Sure.
Okay. How many are out remote are we talking about?
That's probably about, I don't recall, it's about 60 or 70, maybe more laptops.
70 for the 161,000?
Yeah, it might be a little more. I don't remember on top. I can get it for you in a moment. It's on my laptop there.
Okay, I just wondering what our count is.
And I do know that's what, this has been a common area of pre-approval for CFAC, where they look at this and goes, that's a legitimate cause, because if you can't work, you can't get your job done. Working remotely helps prevent the infection, therefore this is a qualified expense. One of the ones I want to point out to you next to is the next one in blue, the municipal grants program, $500,000. We have not spent that. It has not been approved, but I think it's something you would approve, and that in fact will be on the agenda. It's on the agenda tonight. What this is a mechanism for the city to approve small business grants of up to $15,000 to individuals in the city, businesses who cannot find any other mechanism for keeping themselves afloat during this business. They have to be a legitimate COVID-19 expense, but we can actually process and give $15,000 grants out to people, businesses, as they need them. This will be approved by the CFAC committee, but we had to prepare them documentation on how we would administer that. Beth will be here to speak to that in the next agenda item, and it's in combination with the CDBG. It's a very robust system we put together. This isn't a handout. This is based on need, what you can do.
Mayor, if I may, and Beth can answer it, I'm sure, but is there a maximum amount? Is 500,000?
15,000. No, the maximum, if we spend that, I can come back for more as long as we're under our total of $3.3 million.
Mayor, Doug, so all of these are just pass-throughs. There's no reserve that's set aside if it's not used.
Right.
It has to be identified, and it's a pass-through expense.
We don't get anything extra, we don't keep anything extra, and we try and get it for the lowest cost for the relevant need. Mayor, did you follow
No,
up?
I think it's just the understanding, there's no cost to the city.
Right.
It's strictly COVID funding, and we've tried to be really good stewards of it being directly related. I will say that on some of these, if we don't use COVID funding, and if they get approved, and if we don't decide to move forward, then it may be a cost to the city out of our city budget. So it's kind of like the sound system that we're working on because we've had such challenges with it.
And I've got a couple things on that.
Right, so anyway, it's, no cost to the city. I think that's the main thing.
There is no cost to the city, but a responsibility. So let's say we look at there's a $300,000 911 radio system in the middle right there. So that's not being driven by us. Canyon County is upgrading their 911 system. We either have to pay that out of our own money or try to get the CFAC monies as part of the upgrade to pay for it. But it will come out of our budget if we don't get the CFAC monies to pay for it. That's a foregone conclusion.
So Mayor, that's a good description. So if I may, though, the Canyon County they think this is COVID related?
They are trying to get this funded. My understanding is they are trying to get their portion funded by CFAC monies, and if they get it approved, then we will go the same
What
route.
I'm looking for, and you may not have the answer, what's the rationale why they think this is COVID related?
I haven't heard their information for it. But as with most of these, as their communication and radio.
That's my challenge is monies that are just being requested and
Right.
where I personally am not logically seeing the relationship. So.
And that's why we want to be able to take the process, meet with the CFAC committee to get their approval when we can't meet with you, but before we expend any funds to get the city council's approval, even though it's not our money, before we expend the funds, we would seek your approval.
Mayor?
Yes,
Question?
Councilman.
Sorry. Doug, you said, for clarification, any unused money will go back to the state and it will stay at the state level to be used however the governor and this committee were to decide?
Clarification. Any unused money that the state does not spend, and by extension, that if we don't spend the money the state gave us and they can't spend it, that will go back to the federal government. But the state, prior to that time, will probably look at a way and say, are there legitimate costs they could incur to keep that money in the state?
Okay, so you don't think it'll go back to the federal
I've-
government, it'll stay?
My guess is they will look for a way to retain it, but
Okay.
I believe. So the request here, in fact, we talked about, Butch is going to talk later about the audio system, but I wanted to share a couple things with you tonight. I've got an audio clip to share with you, but I don't know if you've noticed tonight while the teams were being set up, there were comments on there from some individuals on the comment section saying, I can't hear what's being said on the team's meeting. The audio is so poor. You'll notice that we have our city clerk back in here today because she can't hear in her office what's being said, so she's back in here to be able to hear. And I had Mark Davis pull an audio recording off of what the online had. I'd like to share that with you now. Just one second. And I'm not sure how this works without with audio file on the Yeah, I do. Okay. There we go. Yeah.
Understand that it does change. Thank you so much. What's important, I think, for our city
Let me start this over
to
with,
understand that it does change. Thank you.
so you can see
Thank
the
you
audio
so much.
quality,
What's
video.
important, I think, for our city to know, and I want city council to know, is that we're working diligently to provide trustworthy, transparent information to our citizens. That's the goal. When I ran for office, that's my commitment. It hasn't changed. It's not always easy to get it done. I appreciate Ed stepping up, and his leadership role has been critical to us moving this forward, so thank you. I'd like to ask Kirk Carpenter, real quickly, if he has anything that he feels like he would like to add. Kirk is serving as our emergency manager, dealing with the COVID. Kirk, is there anything that you would like to add?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, I won't give you the same update that I always give you because it would sound very similar. You know, you were all well aware that we still have elevated cases. We've had some good news over the last couple of days as we start to.
The part with that is that the first part was the video was blurry. You couldn't see the people. The second part is Kirk comes in and he's got the audio feedback going forward, and you see that start to attenuate. That's because you've got Mark Davis behind the scene fixing the focus, fixing the audio, and he's like Oz behind the curtain, constantly fixing something to make it work. That was just one example. We can give you dozens. So if you are a resident and you're trying to listen online, you're constantly going from in focus to out of focus, good audio to bad audio. This process, the one we were requesting, makes it pretty much push button. And you get clarity and the ability to communicate with yourselves, with the residents, and if Mark decides to retire, that means the process doesn't retire with him.
So Mayor, just a quick question. I mean, do we know approximately what our average count has been as far as those listening online? If anything, during this COVID, I would think it would be the highest that we've had in the last year or so.
I do not, but I'm sure Mark or Butch can answer that.
Amy,
You know, right now, we have about like 8, 9 people watching, so it just kind of depends on the public.
So Amy, do you know what our highest count has been since March? Any idea? And you don't, approximate?
I can pull a report.
I'm just curious. Okay. When you spend money, I'm interested in how many people it's actually affecting, so. Okay, thanks.
It's also part of the archive, so people go back and
That would need to be included. I agree. Thanks.
So that wasn't, just so we understand, that wasn't so we could approve the audio right now. Right now, that'll come with Butch later. Right now, this is so that you can hopefully approve the process whereby we apply our standard expense statement, standard of if it's over 50,000, we bring it to you. However, we continue to work with CFAC for getting pre-approval from them, and then before we expend any funds, we bring it to you for the expenditures over $50,000, and that's the request of the approval of council so we can move forward in that manner.
Mayor, may I add just one other item? Can you explain to me what the crowd control is for $163,000?
I'm very glad you brought that up because that's one of the requests that police put together, and that's actually going to slip into a FEMA request, and it's crowd control gear for the police. They initially asked for it, the DOJ request, and the DOJ said no, but FEMA looks like they may approve this, so we'll switch it off of the CFAC monies and onto a FEMA grant.
Kind of funny. I just got a text. I have no idea who it was from, but it says, "I'm watching. Spend the dollars." Is that from you?
No.
Well, like I said, I don't know what
I don't know.
I've heard the state, an official of the state say that at the end of the process, whatever we don't spend, they will look for a way to reserve to keep it in the state. I know your perspective, Councilor Bruner. I agree with it. Let's not spend frivolously. But if we can spend on infrastructure improvements that we would have to otherwise use city dollars for.
No,
Yeah.
I'm all for that.
Yeah. That's what we want to focus, that and the PP&E. So that's the essence of the presentation. And then each week, we will give you each council meeting will give you an update on that file of what we've got in the process, and anything over 50,000 we'll bring to you for approval.
May just say, I mean, my math is, as you know, is not always good, but 3.3 million is what we're allotted, and currently this is just adding up to a little over 2 million.
Right.
So I am appreciative that we're just not trying
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
go all the way through. I realize that may add. By the way, I would just a personal opinion, municipal business grant apps, why I asked that question, I'm all in favor.
Yeah,
If we
that's a really good one.
increase that, I have no problem with that.
And then Beth will talk more about, but that's a very good one.
Okay.
So I think what we're looking for, Doug, what you were asking for today is that we're authorized to move forward with requests that are under 50,000, and then anything over 50, are we going to bring it to council before we go?
No, we would take it to CFAC for their pre-approval, and then once they get pre-approval, before we expended funds, we'd bring it to the council for the expenditure approval.
Okay. So then the question is if you would approve that process.
Mayor, I'll make the motion to approve both processes.
Second.
Okay, is there any other discussion?
Mayor,
Yes.
I just had a few questions for Doug, if he could clear up. What are electro sprayers?
Those are the sprayers we bought for the fire department, primarily the Clorox, and there's another variety of brand that actually, they spray and disinfect you can disinfect buildings, the fire equipment. They're large disinfectant sprayers. You can use them at the Fort Idaho Center, City Hall, almost anywhere.
Okay, and two more things, thank you. Cables for council monitors and council chair replacement.
Cables, you notice we have these two big TVs up here? On the outside the TVs? We have the TVs, we don't have the cables to connect them. So we want to connect those to the audio system and enable more people to see. Now, that's the first question. The second question was the chairs. All these chairs are basically impossible to disinfect. So what we're requesting is the same thing that Boise and Caldwell and Meridian have, are stackable chairs that come in. Some of them are padded and have armrests for the elderly who need a little more padding, and most of them are just plain plastic that you can stack and you can rearrange them. It makes this space more usable and also makes it cleanable and able to disinfect.
So we're going to go back to the old church pew kind of?
Kinda, yeah.
That nobody wants to come and sit down.
Well, but that's what we're getting. We're getting a bunch of them with padding.
But then these are padded and they can't
Yeah,
be
but you
cleaned
can't
and
clean them, so they become
disinfected.
infection vectors. And I think Councilman Mutchie talked about this last week, at the last council meeting, where you literally cannot clean. You can clean the wood, but the fabric is not cleanable, and it can become an infection vector where you can communicable.
So the chairs that will be padded will have a surface that's not dense and absorbent. They'll
Right.
just be one that you can wipe.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You know, this COVID thing, if you could tell us that it was going to end here by November 4th or December or whatever the case was, it'd be nice, you know, we could actually, you can get covers that you can just spray off and so on.
It's possible, but what we don't know is, and all the things that I've been reading and studying is, what's the next thing down the road? Because we are humans are densely populated together. We're the only species that lives this close together.
You know,
So-
it would help during flu season and other times too. I'm not saying,
I'll just make a quick comment on that. I think Nicole that did the pricing said that it was more expensive to recover the chairs than it
I'm not
was.
talking about recovering.
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
talking about temporary, like airplanes do or whatever, and then you
Oh,
you
got it.
spray them down
Yeah.
and then you use them
You
again.
put like a sleeve on it or something, yeah,
They do have those covers, yeah.
they do.
For about $30 is what I saw.
I haven't priced that. But what that does, though, is you could get more people in here, because the way this is set up here, it's difficult to make the 6-foot distance, but with the portable chairs stacked, you can be very,
You can do more things in here
Yeah.
too. The mayor mentioned that. We can rearrange, and
Yeah.
I understand that. Okay.
multi-purpose, so.
So we've had a motion and a second, and not meaning to push us, but
Yeah.
because of
it.
time, is there any further discussion? Okay, roll call?
Bruner,
Yes.
Mutchie,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
No.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Okay, so due to time, we're going to have to leave. Doug, do you need to present the next item, or can
No,
that,
this is Beth, and then we've got
the emergency
Kristen.
daycare funding for Boys and Girls Club?
That'll be Kristen. I think
Okay.
she's going to do on Teams.
Okay, so you don't need to. So I apologize, but you're going to have to wait, and we did not get to Still Falls, and I apologize for
Yeah.
that, but.
Mayor, can we
only-
not allow 3 minutes? I don't think Still Fall is going to take hardly any time.
No.
Can we not amend it? I realize
It's up
it's
to you.
7:10. I guess it's a legal question.
I'm good.
I don't think it matters. I mean, legally, it's fine if you would, if,
No, I mean, as far as it's mainly, it's for budget and so on. I don't know how many people are online, but I think they would understand if they were in these gentlemen's place that they could wait another 3 or 5 minutes.
I am fine to do that. Okay, so let's move to unfinished business, and this is action item, let me find it, 7.2. This is a decision on the designation of the north entrance or exit to Still Falls subdivision as emergency only.
Thanks for seeing me again. Keith Kieski, 17116 Solomon Drive, Steel Falls. Thanks for seeing us again, Mayor and Council. Last time we met, you had asked if we'd get a petition together, and it took us a few days to get it. But we got it. So if you'd like a copy, we'd love to give you one.
Yes.
You've seen them all? Okay. And that's kind of follow up on what you guys mentioned about traffic. We had our first traffic incident the day after we talked. 4-car pileup. Nobody was hurt, but the speed on Cherry is brutal, as you know. So that's all I have. So it's up to you.
And the speed on Cherry is not part of this decision.
Correct.
but-
Right.
so
Just
for-
want to inform you what we had talked about, and you guys
We need to
unanimously
talk
said
about
we need
it.
to do something, and
Yeah.
we do. So just want to fill you in.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, let's go to Daniel for staff report.
So, Mayor and Council, we discussed this last week. I would just request that if you are in favor of this, one of the conditions we would ask that you put on that, currently, as you see up on the screen here in a second, as soon as it loads, the existing fence at the end of that roadway is a solid vinyl fence that is not movable. As a condition, we would request, if approved, that the condition be placed upon them that they have to remove that fence and install an approved emergency access only guide. Typically what we see and the fire department has approved is typically bollards with a chain and an emergency signage hanging from that chain. If there's something else they would like to do, we can work with them and the fire department to approve some other treatment if that's what they would like to do.
Okay. What is the will of the council?
Oh, Mayor, I'm going to make a motion to approve the emergency and entrance exits to the north side of the Steel Falls subdivision. I know they have currently, $100,000 left by Kim Marshall, the developer there, and use some of that money and maybe fix the street coming into that. Right, Dan, is that?
The money that the city has for that is for the construction of Laster Lane.
Oh.
That would not be available to change the fencing.
I see, okay. So I'm going to leave it as is for right now without the money and just approve. And then I guess Steel Falls can go together and figure out.
With the conditions
Yeah.
that Danielle stated?
Yes, that's correct. Well, along with the fence and the vinyl that they have to remove that.
Second.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Is it Kieski?
Yes.
I did a good job. What, as far as the names that are on here, is that considered 100%?
100%.
100%. Okay, great.
The ones you'll see on there was only 4 or 5. They were out of town that we got by email and sent us back email consenting to what we want.
Okay. That was important as far as in the last discussion is if there's a full buy-in or not.
Yeah.
So it sounds like there is.
Yes.
And as long as, if staff doesn't have an issue with it and fire department's okay with it being a crash barrier, then you just need to provide that. So I'm okay as well.
Just to follow up on that, I think Keith and I did speak with the fire department representative Hoskins regarding that. He says it's well within the requirement. So we're good that way.
Councilwoman Mucci?
Mayor, thank you. Would the new fencing be covered by the Steel Falls Homeowners Association then? That would be part of this?
That would be our recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Councilwoman Levi?
Mayor.
And then Councilman Haverfield.
Thank you. I am thrilled to see this moving ahead. When Mr. Kieski and several others of Still Falls contacted me about 2 years, maybe 2.5 years ago, and I first brought this through our Public Works Department, I was given more of a lengthy list of why we couldn't do things like this, and then why we could or what we could do. So I really am happy to see this moving ahead and see you guys happy with this.
Mayor,
Yes.
there was discussion about it becoming a private drive too, gated community. That is no longer the
reason for
desire.
The privacy in the gated community was to basically close the back off. We were looking for ways to do that. I mean, our homeowners don't want to pay any more homeowners dues. And by digging into that, we found out we not only pay for the gates, we pay for everything on the ground.
Right.
We pay for our electrical. So the intention was not to be a private community. The intention was to keep the backside closed still.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Okay, see none, roll call.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Thanks
There you
for all
go.
your work.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Council.
You did a lot of work, Keith. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we are going to move to our public hearings. And the first public hearing this evening is, this is the public comment on our fiscal year 2021 proposed budget. And Doug will let you come forward and present.
Sorry, I'm back here again. I apologize for hogging the microphone night. But it is an important night. So, Mayor and councilors, I would like to present to you the fiscal 2021 budget. I am speaking from an updated document. I think you've got a copy of it. This is essentially identical to the copy we used in our budget workshops, updated for the final numbers. So I'm going to summarize a few of the key components, and then I'm going to add one new bit of information I got from the state today. As indicated, there is a 0% increase in property tax rates in this budget. We've limited revenue growth to the amount of funds derived from new construction taxes, which are not increases, but they're taxes on new construction. We've implemented position control, which helps us focus the efforts of cost control on labor, to put the labor dollars where it's most beneficial, and not just to throw out raises, promotions without a process. I read today that for the first time, the city of Boise in like 10 years, 7, 8 years, denied their standard 3% raise they give to employees. It was in a publication that came out today. They've been doing it constantly for the last 7, 8 years. This year they canceled it. They also instituted position control. That's part of our budget process. Requests for additional budget authority were generally deferred due to the economic circumstances, so we tried not to spend money we literally didn't have. And so we minimized any fund balance spending, which resulted in a budget of $201,076,000, an increase of $7.9 million over the prior year. And the general cause of that increase was an increase in water capital projects and an increase in Amazon pass-through funds. And most of those pass-through funds, which are a little over $5 million, we don't even keep. They come in, hit our books, and then go right back out the door to the streets department for the state. What I want to do is skip down to page 3 and talk about property taxes and the usage. And this is where the new information for the state comes in. On page 3, we can see that our property tax usage this year was $46.6 million, up from $44.6 last year, driven by the $1.7 million of new construction monies. We can see that the general government is $37.2 million, which equates to 79.76% of the property tax usage. And bear with me, I'm getting to a point here. Out of that general government usage, fire and police total budgets account for $39 million of the total budget. You're aware of the state's program this year to lower property taxes 1 year by partially funding the public safety labor. The preliminary number given to us by the state for the city of Nampa was $11,181,000. Out of that will be deducted an amount to be shifted over to urban development to keep them whole. And there is a 3% administrative fee in there to deal with the cost of having to rework the process. This will not change our budget. It will not increase it or decrease it. It is a straight pass-through. We receive the funds and we reduce the amount of levy. Since the levy is total of $46.6 million, the $11,181,000 equates to 23.99% of 1 year's levy. So overall, the levy rate will go down by 23.99% because of this. Now, the following year, it will come back up, but for this year, it will go down by that value. That number will be finalized probably this week. That's the preliminary number. I'm waiting for the final number from the state, but it'll be right around that $11.1 million number, less whatever we are directed to provide to HUD, or not to HUD, but Urban Development to keep them whole. Looking then at the final numbers for the total budget, we can see that right below the graph there, we have a $201.1 million budget, and personal services accounts for $61.3 million. Operations costs, non-capital operations, utilities, other supply costs, non-capitalized repairs, utilities and so forth, $77 million. Capital is $57.6 million, and debt service, the general obligation bond, the debt payments for the DEQ loans for developing wastewater and other bonds are $4.9 million, and that is the increase of $7.9 million. Again, we can see that if we look at it by expense line item, it's 7.9 and 10.2 is operations, of which Amazon accounts for more than half of that. So we did not increase expenses this year. We kept them flat and consistent. If you look at the capital budget of $57.6 million, more than half of that is wastewater at 31.6, and that is driven by the environmental, the requirements we're all facing to upgrade our water treatment facilities. But even that's a slight decrease in spending from the prior year as we sought to control costs. This fly really likes me. Therefore, I present to you the budget for $201.1 million for the fiscal year 2021.
Mayor, if I may, and I realize it doesn't affect the budget, and maybe this is a legal question too. My understanding is that Kenyon County is not accepting this state property relief money. That's the last I've heard, and it mainly was because of legal challenges.
I don't know about the county per se. I spoke with Steve Onifray today, who is the tax guru. He works for Zach Wagner, and they're figuring out how to mechanically deal with the changes. But from the county themselves, I don't know if they're going to accept it or reject it, because the state's dealing with it on the cities on one side, and they're totally dealing with the counties on a separate channel.
Okay.
And just so the council knows, that will be coming before the council at the September 8th meeting. We've got meetings scheduled. We've had a lot of meetings on this particular subject, and we will be bringing a presentation to council on the 8th for the council to make the decision as to whether or not we move forward with it or not.
Okay, will we know, any chance of knowing by that time, though, whether there are legal challenges? I mean, legal things can go on forever and ever, so I guess I'm just wondering
My belief is that a legal challenge will show up after, because this is moving so quickly. It takes a while to work it through, but the state attorney general feels there is sufficient reason to move forward. That's all I know.
Okay, well, what we're doing for the criteria to accept this, I'm all in favor of, so I guess it doesn't, bottom line doesn't matter, although it'd be nice to see that 23 or whatever percent decrease in the levy. Yeah.
Right.
Thanks.
Okay.
I'll make the
So-
motion that we accept the budget as presented.
It is a
It's a
public.
public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That is awesome. It is a public hearing, so I'm going to open and close because it is a public hearing. But we do not have anyone signed up.
Oh, I knew that.
Yeah. So I'm going to go back over here, but at this time, we don't have anyone signed up to testify at all. And so with that, I do not see anyone here, just really quickly. Okay, so seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in
No,
favor?
Laurel.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so what is the will of the council?
Now I can make that motion.
can make the
I
motion.
don't want to get him down to Salt Lake, so that's.
Time to go.
I'll make the motion that we accept the budget as presented.
Second. Is there any discussion?
Mayor Kling, yes, I want to thank the finance committees. I mean, these guys are just, thank you. Every time I see you too. You're looking down at the numbers, and I told Ed the other day, don't you ever get tired looking at numbers? He goes, no.
And I think Ed pulled a couple more hairs out.
I was going to thank you for all the work you all do. This
We
is
live in
so
the numbers,
great.
and
Yes.
I'm fortunate to work with Ed. We come from totally different backgrounds, but we are very complementary to each other, and we work well as a team, and I'm very fortunate for that.
You
So I
sure
want
do.
to thank him.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ed.
And I was going to wait till the end, but I'll just follow since you guys are thanking. You guys have done an outstanding job. Appreciate it. Appreciate our entire team that are setting out here because the budget, it was you guys that were having to deal with it. And everybody worked well together. A lot of work did go into it. I appreciate the work of our team. And you know, the intent, we have a long-term goal, and that is to get the taxes down for our citizens and to be good stewards. And our department heads and directors hear it a lot, and that's stewardship. And so we really, truly are trying to be good stewards. But we're also trying to look at for the long-term interest of the city. Every decision we make, we need to look at today, and we've got to look 20 years from now and 30 years from now, what we're going to give our kids and our grandkids. So we're very mindful of that, but it's taken a team effort, and we have a great team here that works together. So, and to Ed and Doug, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Okay, our next public hearing this evening is a continued public hearing from the July 20th council meeting. This is a variance of sections of 10-8-5C and 10-8-6D in a single-family residential 6,000 square foot zoning district. And bye, Doug. Have a safe trip. I forgot
Appreciate it.
to say that.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Doug.
Be safe.
Thank you.
Congratulations. So this is to reduce the minimum interior yard setback from 5 feet to 4 feet 6 inches for an existing storage shed on the property located at Lot 38, Block 3 of Lava Springs for Rodney Roberts. So at this time, is our applicant here this evening?
It should be on a phone
Online?
number.
Okay.
And Mayor, they presented last time. I'm not sure if he was planning to present, but I did speak with him and he said he would be calling in, so
Okay. Is it possible for you to open up and see if he's
Yeah.
online?
let's look.
Mr. Rodney Roberts?
I don't see his name, but I see a couple of phone numbers here. Rodney, if you're available and you may have your phone muted, you'll need to hit *6 if it is muted to be able to be heard. Looks like he just,
Somebody just muted.
yeah.
I'm online. This is Rodney Roberts. I'm online. Can you hear me? This is Rodney Roberts. I'm online.
Yes, make sure that we can hear him if
Yeah.
he's
For some reason, he's not.
coming through, because
Coming through.
that particular number
Yeah,
is
it
unmuted.
keeps.
And that's the number on the application?
It is? Okay, so that's probably him.
Okay.
So I think Amy went to see if she could assist. Somebody says, I can hear him.
Oh, so we
So
can't
Kristen
hear.
Pudlow says she can hear him. We just can't in this room. Can you unmute? Is your laptop muted?
Let me look.
It would be just on your, your keyboard where it gets turned down so low that nothing's coming through.
I think so.
I was gonna say it played the audio for Doug earlier.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
I'm
good
not
point.
sure why we can't hear him. Sorry, I don't know what to do.
Oh, here's
Mark.
there we go.
Probably calling your phone.
Thank you, Doug. Well, it's
Mayor?
okay, but thank you.
Mayor, can I ask Rodney a question while we're waiting? Did you go out and verify the distance from the property line?
Yeah.
Is it 3 foot or is it, okay.
So the request for 4'6", that's what the request is. Yeah. So his claim, when we spoke, Daniel Badger and I went out there and we spoke to him. His claim was that he just, one of the code enforcement officers had told him it was short by 6 inches or something. And he just took them at that word, and that's what he applied for. So,
He was not at home when he made the application. So he had not physically verified it himself.
right. Away from home.
Oh,
You should be able to hear us now. Can you say something?
This is Rodney Robert.
Mark. Great, we can hear you now, Rodney.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, I guess I'm looking to your direction. Would you like him to speak about what he's proposing?
I would like him to speak as we normally would. I think that's a courtesy. So we'll let him go first as the applicant, and then we'll follow up with you with the staff report.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Rodney. Both Rodneys.
So Rodney, if you can just repeat your request and maybe cite what you'd like to have happen.
Well, what I'm looking for is just to leave the shed and the concrete slab where it remains. Once the fence was put up, it's very difficult to get any equipment back there to saw cut the slab, add additional slab, move the shed. And I'm just requesting it stay where it's at. And the other day when the engineering department came out and measured it, it actually measures 3 feet off of each property line.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
So Mayor and Council, this is Rodney Ashby. As has been stated already, this was originally a request for 4.5 feet buffer or setback from the property line. And as we've confirmed tonight, the actual distance is 3 feet. So I'll just real quick summary. Not only was the question raised at the last public hearing about the distance of the shed from the property line, but there was also the question about the drainage easement. And so Daniel and I, when we went out and looked at it, Daniel just confirmed that there is really no concern for drainage in that area. So that easement wasn't a concern. And I believe I have, their specific statement is in bold here. Location of the shed does not have a material impact to the drainage in the area. Let me just show you some drawings or some pictures, excuse me, of the side yard pictures. 3 feet is basically where it's at, and then the rear yard setback is also about 3 feet. And you can see the concrete slab that was poured by a contractor that he had hired to go in and make the measurements. And as he claims it was, they put it in the wrong location. So just a quick analysis. The applicant argues that moving the shed and the concrete pad will cost $3,000. Financial hardship, though, is not a basis to legally approve a variance to the city code. The applicant should present any other hardships applicable to his property that may qualify for approval of a variance. There may be other alternatives to demolishing the concrete pad, including adding an additional 2 feet inside that yard so that it would extend and then be able to move that shed 2 feet into the yard so that we have the full 5 foot setback. The building department, I didn't get this put on here, but they just made the comment right before this public hearing that they would need a minimum of 36 inches for the building code from the property line. Let's see. I think I covered that last time. The last bullet point there is that neighbors in the area had expectation that city code would be followed for setbacks. Though approval would not set a precedent, neighbors may argue successfully or not that there is no substantial difference between their properties and the applicants that would warrant approval. And I'd just like to note here that we do have some comments, one from the HOA president and one from a neighbor. The HOA president said that they would not be granting them, Mr. Roberts, an approval for the location of the shed, but those are two separate issues. The city would have to approve it, and it's not conditional on the HOA approval. So you could deny it or approve it, and then he'd have to go through a similar process with the HOA to get approval or denial of where that shed is located. And he's aware of that condition. I talked to him about that when we were out there. So I did want to just highlight once again the code that states the conditions as to how we can approve or deny a variance. And simply put, they need to show that there's an undue hardship, and just note that the purpose of a variance is to provide fair treatment and to see that individuals are not penalized because of site characteristics beyond their control. And then I've highlighted the main criteria to use when you approve or deny a variance. And those are all highlighted there in yellow. And you would need to find that these things are true in order to approve the variance. I've already pointed out the comments that we received. Mr. Robert Patrick was the president of the Lava Springs Homeowners Association, and he claimed that they would deny this if it came before them. So if the council chooses to approve the variance tonight, these are the conditions that I would recommend. That the variance applies not to the 4.5 feet, but to the 36 inches, and simply that where it currently sits on the lot. And the second point there is if ever engineering needs to go use that easement, we need some kind of agreement with them to be within that easement. And so that's what this is, an encroachment agreement into that easement. And that would allow them to require that Mr. Roberts to move the shed or make it possible for them to get in and do the work they need to. And then finally, a standard requirement of compliance with city code. And then any other conditions that the council wishes to impose. I placed on the screen a potential motion for you to consider, and I would stand for questions.
Mayor? Yes, thank you. Rodney, so knowing that the HOA still, he has to go before the HOA, so our decision tonight could be nullified, and it just kind of is just a process and means nothing. Okay.
Yeah, good.
And then secondly, we had talked, I think someone brought it up and I kind of confirmed that over the years with the same shed company, we've run into this problem before, and we had talked about or recommended that they be notified of the process. What is the status of that?
Yeah, so we are considering drafting an ordinance to create a shed permit. It's very, very simple, just like a fence. Maybe $12 or so that you would come in and you would get confirmation as to what the setbacks and the easements are on your property, so that you knew where to place that shed. We would also be notifying all the major shed companies in the valley and educating them again on our process and telling them about this permit that they would need to come and get. That will need to come before you. Before City Council for approval, that permit. But I think that is a reasonable way to ensure that we don't have this problem again, and we would do education to those shed companies as well.
Follow up, please. And if we were to go ahead and notify the shed companies, and because we have this setback, are the HOAs open to adhering to what our ordinance is on the setbacks, so we don't have this confusion in the future? Because it just seems to me it could either strengthen the gentleman's case if we approve it, but it's also just this fruitless little hearing that we're having, and they can still null and void our decision.
Yeah, Mayor and Councilwoman Levi, a lot of the HOA's covenants have a statement that basically says you should adhere to the city's setbacks. And so it's a little bit gray when we provide a variance, because then, what is that setback? I guess they would be okay with what we approve. I guess maybe that's a legal question we need to consider, but a lot of them just reference our code. But you're right. I don't know. Each HOA is a little different, and each CC&Rs are a little bit different. So I guess it would depend on the subdivision. But I generally think that they're primarily wanting to reiterate basically what the city code states for setbacks.
And just for clarification, I in no way would want to go into the private property owners and say, this is what you have to do because we're the city. I just was wondering, in your experience, if you happen to see a pattern with what the HOAs do according to our ordinances. Thank you.
Okay. So this is a public hearing. I think we'll move into public hearing if we could at this time. So we do not have anyone signed up to testify on behalf of or against this. And unless there is someone here that had intended to testify on this issue and seeing none, I think we would give the applicant an opportunity to give any closing comments before we close the public hearing. So Rodney Ashby, I'll have you help me get Rodney.
So Rodney Roberts, this is your chance to just rebut anything or respond to any of the comments that have been made.
Well, I don't think that the HOA should be considered in this decision. The city council does not have any oversight on an HOA other than if the HOA does say they follow the building code. But I don't think that at this time the council should take that into consideration.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us?
Other than to move the shed, I'm going to have to take down the fence to get the equipment in to move the shed. So I would have to work with the neighbors to take the fence down. And if they're not willing to take the fence down, then we got to pretty much take the shed apart to get it moved 2 feet.
Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant? Okay. Okay, any other comments before we close? Okay, any questions for Rodney or the applicant? I have one question that's rolling around in my mind, and I just want to double check. I think I understood that the applicant was out of town and he hired someone to come in and install this. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, if there are no other comments from the applicant or questions for the applicant, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So, what's the will of the council?
Mayor Kling, this has been one of those situations where there's been misrepresentation, maybe on both sides, but at least on one side. The applicant was not in town supposedly when this was installed. It was installed by somebody else. the fault lies with someone, and I'm not going to point fingers, but I think what we have to remember is there are CC&Rs. When you look at what the president of the Lava Springs Homeowners Association has stated here, is that there is a process in place, that the applicant didn't seek approval before the placement of the structure was determined by whoever placed it. That doesn't take away the responsibility to be placed in the proper location by our codes, and our codes states 5 feet. There's reasons for that. We've talked about proximity to adjoining properties with the potential for a fire spread, either from one side or from this side back. So I just, I believe that it's important that we maintain the integrity of the process. I don't think that it would be that difficult to pour a ribbon slab around the outer edges of this, just slide it over 2 feet in both directions. They would not have to jackhammer any concrete out. There would just be a section of curbing that would be left on the fence side, both sides. So my motion is to deny the request for the variance, and that the homeowner, unfortunately, will need to shift the building.
I agree. I will second that, as long as we have an understanding. This shed is not in the concrete, it's sitting on top, and it can be scooted with
It's
more
on
concrete
skids.
added, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I will second it.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay. See, I'm giving you guys just a second to think, because I know you're up against a vote. I see some deep breaths. So I think we are ready for roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay. You know, I don't know what to say to Mr. Roberts other than,
Thank you for your service.
yeah, we have, you know, it's, yeah, hopefully you can get the extra concrete slab floored and just scoot it over without dismantling it, but just literally scoot it over and get it resecured.
Get all the HOA people to help him.
Help move it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, thank you. Okay, so that. Thank you. So that concludes our public hearing for item 6.2. We now have item 6.3. This is an action item, and this is actually an amendment to Title 10, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Section 10-1-19, pertaining to zoning regulations applicable to storage land use, requiring a buffer for locating new storage facilities, and a minimum of 2,500 feet from existing storage developments for the city of Nampa. I did ask this to go ahead and come back before council at the conclusion of our last storage unit and public hearing, so that we could have a reconsideration as a council of what to do regarding storage units in our community. That said, Rodney is going to present to us and give us a little bit of background, and will update us on what planning and zoning's comments and thoughts were and the rationale for bringing it forward. So thank you, Rodney.
Yeah. Mayor and council, the item before you on the screen has already been read. I'll skip over that. Just a quick history. June 3rd, we had the council passed a moratorium on storage units, and this is in response to several things that I'd like to highlight again. There was a dramatic increase in applications and interest, and that increase and interest continues today. Time was needed to change our regulations to make sure that we were prepared for this influx of storage units. There was concern about visual conflict with surrounding land uses, and did our code do enough to minimize the impacts? There was concerns about appearance along our major roadways and how we presented our city to people who passed through our community. There was an overabundant impact on neighbors' marketability, and this has to do with the saturation of the market, which was confirmed by 2 market research studies that we received. We received a lot of comments, some saying that there was vacancies, others saying there was no vacancies in these storage units, and it was quite frankly, it was a little bit confusing. I heard both sides a lot through that process, but we did receive 2 actual market studies that did show that this market was significantly saturated. I highlighted at the very bottom with red, underlined in red, one of these studies that was done by Yardi Systems, which is a market research company that does research for storage units. And basically, again, they found that Nampa's saturation was basically 3 times what the national average is. I shouldn't say the saturation, but the average square footage of self-storage in Nampa was 3 times per capita of the nation's average. And then this is another one that was submitted by Marcus Smoot, I have the full study that was submitted by StoreTrack, which is another market research company. But I highlighted in bold there, with only 93,590 at the time people in the city of Nampa within a 7-mile radius and over 1.9 million square feet of self-storage in that market area. There is over double the SSA recommended amount of self-storage in the Nampa market. So again, just 2 studies that we found that indicated our market was saturated. And each individual storage unit developer may argue that the specific area that they're located is critical for that saturation. So one side of the city may have a lot of storage units, but one area of the city may not. And so their argument has been that area still may need a storage unit to meet the demand. So just going back to, I didn't, oh, yes, I did. The Planning and Zoning history, October 8th, we had the Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing, and they recommended the approval of the changes that we came up with over the moratorium, including removing the requirement for the 2,500-foot buffer. That had been developed as part of a workshop with council and planning and zoning. I think I have that back on the last slide. I didn't finish all those comments, but August 26th they came up. We came together with planning and zoning and the design review committee, and included in the recommendations was the idea to have a 2,500-foot buffer between storage units. And I forgot, I'm really sorry, I'm a little bit scattered on this. Let me go back to a couple of other items as to why we had the moratorium. Was to preserve industrial and commercially zoned properties, and then storage unit developments use large amounts of industrial or commercially zoned land to create small numbers of jobs. So a storage unit development may cover a lot of commercial land, but it only may provide 1 or 2 jobs for somebody working in the office. So that was one of the concerns. And finally, the fiscal impact, if it is positive, it depends on the storage development, but if it is positive, it is minimal for the city. So because we have low usage of sewer and water, those services are often available to the site and run along the frontage of the property.
Rodney, would you explain that? Because I don't know if we would fully understand what you're meaning by that.
So imagine if you look at a enclaved area or even one that's in the city that's zoned industrial, and it has water and sewer running past it, we incurred a cost at some point for running those services past that development. And so as development occurs, we accrue some of that cost back to the city because they're utilizing those services. They have impact fees, but they also use the services. If it's an industrial property and we've run a services anticipating it high usage of sewer, for instance, but then we have a storage unit that doesn't use sewer or water or uses it very minimally, then we've incurred some cost to run those utilities.
And we're not recouping the cost as we would anticipate to recoup the cost.
That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Just for a point of clarification before we go much further, you're the one that brought this back before us for consideration. Is it your intent by this conversation to revisit any already approved conditional use permits, or are you this is just from going forward?
I don't believe we could go back, and there's no intent to go back and to undo anything that's already been approved. This would be moving forward.
Okay.
Because we've had, since this time, what we're continuing to see are items coming forward. And the concern is we still have that overabundance. We're still dealing with the same challenge, and we still have requests coming in.
And the purpose of my question is recusal on my part, if I have to or not. I don't believe that I do, since I'm representing a couple of projects that are already approved by conditional use. So they're already in the pipeline moving forward. So if your intent is just to reconsider from today going forward, then I think we're fine.
That's
That
correct.
would be correct, yes.
Okay, so I mentioned the public hearing from Planning and Zoning. They recommended that the 2,500-foot buffer be removed from the proposed changes to the code, and that the location of storage units should be left to the market rather than decided by code. November 4th, the City Council approved the recommendation from Planning and Zoning, except with an exception that the conditional use permits would go to planning or to City Council only and would not go to Planning and Zoning. And that's how we've been operating since that time. So following the code change, we've had multiple storage units come before you with conditional use permits. And we found that City Council, I believe you found that you were limited in your ability to deny a conditional use permit by what the code says you can deny it, what the criteria is for denying a conditional use permit. So while you may have considered a conditional use permit a way for us to evaluate the situation and where other storage units are located in that area, that you were limited in your ability to say, well, we don't want this one here. And you could only use the criteria in code for denying it. And we had several come before us, and then some I heard some questions from City Council and from the mayor about the 2,500-foot buffer. And so, and under the direction of the mayor, we're bringing this back to you for your consideration. On August 11th, last week, Planning and Zoning Commission had a public hearing regarding this item, and they recommended denial with a 7-1 vote. They reiterated that the buffer was an overreach of government and should be left to the market to decide how many storage units get developed and where they should go. So the applicable regulations, code, of course, this criteria for changing code is different than a conditional use permit. So I've highlighted the critical, or underlined the critical part of this code. Proposed amendments are or would be reasonably necessary in the interest of the public and in harmony with the goals and or policies of the adopted comprehensive plan. These are the proposed changes in their entirety. I have an ordinance in the packet for you to consider. as well, but this is the content. No new public storage facility or conditional multi-level storage building shall be allowed within 2,500 feet of the property line of any existing storage facility or multi-level storage building, regardless of the jurisdiction in which the existing storage facility or multi-level storage building is located. So that means it could be in Caldwell, a storage unit could be in Caldwell, but right across the border is Nampa, and somebody applies to do a storage unit there. If it's within 2,500 feet of that existing facility, it would not be allowed. The foregoing limitation shall not apply, however, so this is the exception, to the location of storage facilities or units inside of a pre-existing temperature-controlled building. And this is trying to think about if we have an empty building that's not serving any purpose, it probably makes more sense for us to get storage units into an existing building that's not being utilized for anything. And so we made that exception to the new code. Expansion of storage facilities existing as of the date of adoption shall be limited to the property boundaries existing at date of securing planning and zoning entitlements. So again, all those that are approved have entitlements today would be able to continue for their entire property. Storage facilities have obtained a building permit for construction of a storage facility as of date of the adoption and shall be permitted to expand within the boundaries of the properties as those property boundaries existed on the date of adoption, so today. So correspondence, we've actually received two comments. The first one was from Mr. Butch Henry, who had come before you earlier in the year regarding the Karcher and boat RV storage. And I highlighted this on the screen. Basically, it comes down to he feels that the buffers are intended to be a buffer between two inconsistent or different land uses, so residential and industrial. He did not feel it was appropriate to have a buffer for two of the same type of land use. And he questioned the legality of it. He says at the last there, we also have read that staff and legal do not support any buffers that control commerce. So on the bottom there, I put my staff note. That's actually not what we've said. City staff and legal counsel have simply stated that because storage units are required to get a conditional use permit, approval or denial must be based on the criteria for conditional use permits as outlined in the city code and not on market competition. So conditional use permits, you can't use market competition for a reason for denial. Staff and legal counsel have encouraged city council to consider city code changes like we're doing now if they wish to control the location and number of storage unit developments locating in the city. And I will show you those criteria in just a minute. We also received this comment from Rosemary Nelson, who is here today to speak, and she has basically stated that she supports the 2,500 foot buffer. So if you were to approve the proposed changes, it needs to be, you need to find that it's reasonably necessary in the interest of the public and in harmony with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. So what are the comprehensive plan goals and policies regarding storage units? I've highlighted them here, and basically the comp plan that you adopted recommended that we make regulation changes that would encourage storage unit to have limits on their proximity near other storage units. So it is supported by the comprehensive plan, but a lot of what we discussed in the comprehensive plan was regarding the appearance of the storage unit and their impact to neighboring properties, which I believe the code we have adopted does that. So here's the requested action before you this evening, and I'm happy to stand for questions. I also have a picture of the 2,500 foot buffer on the right, on your screen on the right. And I would stand for questions.
So Mayor, Rodney, basically the 2,500 feet is half a mile?
Yeah, just short.
Mayor, are you follow up with that or not?
Well, I'm still trying to process. I'm trying to process.
Mayor, I guess my question to Rodney is, or Mayor, you answer, how does this, I mean, we have too many storage sheds. I'm totally realizing prevent more storage sheds from coming in.
Yeah. Mayor and Councilman Bruner, I on the screen, you can, I don't know if you can see too well, but basically, if you take all the existing storage units and draw a radius around them, around those properties, you come up with an area that we're saying you cannot put a new storage unit on that within that radius. So if you plot all those on our map, there's only a small area, a relatively small area, I should say, that doesn't have existing storage units. So storage units could go within that area in gray here that are not within 2,500 feet of another storage unit. But all these locations where we have a lot of storage units already, they would not be able to locate. And so it would.
So you'd prevent them in those geographical areas.
Correct.
And I'm just trying to logically, I guess personally, if I'm going to have to look at a storage area, I just soon see them accumulated together and have them spread all over the entrances and whatever the case is. I mean, that's just personal. So I'm not sure. I mean, we're accomplishing at least what I would like to see accomplished, and that's less storage sheds. But making them be half a mile apart, I don't understand the concept. Maybe I'm just being.
So the reason I brought this forward was because I'm really concerned about land use. And so it's interesting because planning and zoning said we shouldn't have any responsibility at all but that's why we have zoning regulations, is for that very reason. The challenge that we're facing is that we've got limited land use, and we understand that the fiscal impact from property taxes and jobs are very limited from storage units. We know that we have a surplus of storage units, and we still have more storage units coming in. The challenge is that we have no right to deny them. When they're coming in, there isn't a basis by which we can say, I'm sorry, we don't want them. So when we did the moratorium, unfortunately, we didn't end up with any ability to deny them because you really can't unless we have an ordinance that says we're done. I mean, we could just say no more storage units. We have a situation right now that we have a storage unit that needs to go ahead and build out and finish so that it can finish some road improvements, but they aren't finishing it out because we've got an oversaturation. It doesn't make fiscal sense. Yet then you have more coming in. So it's become a very challenging environment. And to me, we have precious soil, and we are trying to make decisions to reduce taxes, but storage units actually cause us to increase taxes in our land use long term. It's not the right
Mayor,
use.
I'm interrupting, but I totally understand that. I'm just, I was hearing though some contradictory statements. You said we don't have any power to not approve them, and yet.
Actually, when
I'm saying let's whether you call it a moratorium or however you wanted to verbalize it or vocabulary wise. I mean, let's just stop storage sheds at this point.
we do have that power by ordinance to do that.
Okay.
We could do that.
To me, we're just playing games here. I mean, if we're not in favor, if this council, and I'm only speaking personally, of course, if we're not in favor of storage sheds, let's just stop them for now rather than playing these 2,500-foot games. I'm sorry.
And I'm fine with that. So it's difficult because.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
As we talk about storage units, sheds as Councilman Bruner likes to call them, we haven't really talked about mixed-use developments that incorporate storage capability. I see quite often, and I try to steer clients towards more of a mixed-use approach with the ability to have incubator-type buildings where they can be growing their company with office and warehouse development, and it's more of a business setup, which has a use for water, has and services, but also a need for warehouse space, which is what the storage complex behind the mixed-use development provides. And I thought, when we originally talked about this before, it was with an understanding that that was kind of what we were hoping for. 150 feet back off of the main arterials or roadways would be business, not storage complexes. Minimum of 150 feet, and then potentially for storage complexes behind that. So I thought that was the direction we were going, and then with the conditional use applications coming before the council, we would be looking for that type of development, and then being able to gauge whether it's truly meeting the needs of what we're hoping for. To totally cut off the ability for free enterprise, personal property rights that someone has to tell them they can't do something is pretty heavy-handed, and I think that's what the Planning and Zoning Commission saw. So I understand that, and I agree with it to a point. I do see a wiser and better use, but then again, when we start talking about precious dollars, a developer is not going to put money into the ground that he's not going to see a return on his investment. At least you wouldn't think so. So it's kind of a little bit farther reaching than just, we don't want to see any more storage complexes. I had a conversation with a developer today, residential developer, and their CC&R states that you can't have RV storage on the lots unless they're minimum 75 feet wide by their own CC&Rs. So, and this is Summit Ridge, nice new development. Unless it's 75 feet wide, you can't have an RV storage. You're going to have some other place to park it if you want to have an RV. So there are places, there are uses, needs for that type of development, hopefully in near proximity to that type of a subdivision. But again, that's where I'm mixed. I have mixed feelings here as well. I'd rather be working on high-rise buildings than storage complexes. But, you know, obviously in Nampa, we've seen an overabundance. To say 2,500 feet or 1,500 feet, whatever the buffer might be between, you know, then obviously what we're looking at is a growing community. And the picture you keep skirting past, that's a pretty nice storage facility. It has a mixed-use component to it because the lower level is retail, potentially service-related, and then the upper levels are more for storage. So, I mean, I've seen those type of developments in Las Vegas and other larger cities. Whether they'll still have popularity here in the valley, I don't know. But I just don't want us to cut ourselves short on the potential of development that, again, as we start trying to look at downtown redevelopment and growth, a facility like that, does that make sense? I'm not sure, because I'm not going to be spending my dollars to build it. But
It makes a lot more sense, though.
Mayor, just clarification, mixed use I have no problem with. When I use the vocabulary storage shed, I'm talking about where keeping your, you know, I'm going to be very blunt here, but keeping people's junk
in a confined area, yeah. So again, I mean, when we're talking about, are we talking about mixed use in this conversation, or are we not?
Well, I hope,
No.
I'm fine with mixed use.
Well, that's what
What we
the
were
intent of this
talking
was.
about, like this project, it'd be great to have a project like that. What we're talking about, though, is that it's the sprawl of our standard storage units. I'm bringing it back because I feel like we have a responsibility as a city to look at the long-term land use for our community. We need to go up, not out. We need, if we're going to be investing in our ground, then it really should be something that's lasting, that provides a tax base, that provides jobs, so that we can get our taxes down. If we fill our ground up with storage units, and we know right now we have an overabundance, it's not going to be in the best interest of our city long-term. And once that ground is gone, you don't get it back. So my concern right now, and I brought it back, will be my last time to bring it back, I'm very concerned about our land use in our community. And I think it's, as I just said, very important that we're good stewards for the future in what we put on our ground. So that fly is really annoying. He just is visiting us all. So anyway, so that's why I brought it back. I don't know how best to deal with it. Doug, would you like to comment? Because Doug Waterman has had some comments. So would you like to comment?
Mayor, have we had a public hearing yet?
No, we have not yet. So we're still talking, and we've got,
Okay.
but let's let Doug comment, and then we'll move to public
Yeah,
hearing.
we do have
Thank
someone
you.
to speak.
So
Yeah.
Mayor and Council, I guess I'll just I can add on to the staff report so we can stay in that part of the public hearing and then proceed to the public hearing if that works. I will respond, I guess, first to the, there was a comment in a communication that indicated that somebody thought this might be illegal. I don't think that's the case. This is a legislative act. The applicable standards to the decision-making of council are different when council's doing something legislative than when it's doing a conditional use permit. I know Rodney and I are happy to draft a different version of this if there's some direction to do that. This does, I think, exactly what it says it does, so I don't think that there's a sort of any hidden ball on this one. It's pretty straightforward. If council likes it, great. And if they don't, that's okay. We can either do nothing or something different. I don't have much else to add. This is the hammer for council to use, this legislative decision making. And so, while I don't think we could approve tonight something radically different, like a radically different distance requirement or a modification to the zoning table to remove storage units entirely, if the direction from council is to do that, then a different ordinance would come back. So I'm glad that this item is on the agenda for no other reason than I'm excited to see council using this particular hammer, and I'm happy to help craft whatever nail you want. Mayor?
Yes.
Do we have a current rule about no storage units in industrial areas currently?
I don't think so, but
Me personally, I would support that because I feel like that area is very, very precious to me, in my opinion. Just so you know,
okay.
For that area specifically. I
Thank you.
appreciate your efforts and concerns because trying to lower property taxes, the truth is I think it would. It also, the free market issue is hard. It's a hard thing to swallow too. So anyway,
Thank
so you know.
I take to heart very much what you say about what are we leaving our kids and our grandkids. And if we use all of our land for sprawling storage units, I happen to live in a neighborhood where you're not allowed RV or boat storage, and I'm fine with that, frankly. I just think that when you drive in to Nampa and you see storage unit after storage unit, I think it first of all creates sort of an idea in people's mind about, especially our interior when you're driving into the areas where you'd expect to see something welcoming. I don't know that storage units necessarily do that. And we're losing not only precious space, we're losing green space that we are not going to get back for our kids and grandkids. And I think, again, the minimal jobs, the minimal tax impact, we don't get do-overs on that. So I think what we do right now with that is going to be really important and set a precedence for the comprehensive plan that was so carefully crafted to make sure that we are becoming the kind of city that we want to leave our kids and grandkids.
And as a follow-up to that, if in the near future we find that we don't have enough storage units, we can always change our mind in the future, as we can change the ordinance in the future. But today, we know where we are from an overabundance. Rodney, I'll let you answer that question, then we'll move to public hearing.
Mayor and Councilman Bauer, we do allow storage units with a conditional use permit in the IP and the IL zone, but we removed the ability to do it in the IH zone, which is the heavy industrial. So light industrial and industrial park, we would allow it with a conditional use permit.
I would like to see that removed, just so you know, Rodney and Mayor. Well.
Thank you. Okay, well, this is a public hearing, and we have one person signed up, and that is Rosemary. So Rosemary, feel free to come forward. Go ahead and state your name and address, and you'll have your 3 minutes. And thank you for joining us this evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rosemary Nelson. I live at 11911 Buteo Drive. And thank you guys. This is amazing. Actually, this is just a blessing for you guys to reconsider and put in this ordinance in it. And I truly believe what Rodney was pointing out there, that a lot of the points that the moratorium, when the moratorium became, was touched, you know, it was like, you know, like he was saying, the abundance and these, well, I actually had it all right here, but he got most of it. So thank you so much. And Mayor, council member, I hope that the situation that I went through did not offend anybody. I just want to say it out loud now that I am all for competition and free market. I am. I'm not, you know, the reason that I came for you because I'm a resident and I am just a small business owner. And what was happening between, you know, our situation is that, and it's really hard because I do believe that, and I'm so grateful that we do have members and council members that can hear the little people, because we cannot compete with these huge competition. And sir, you know, I do get it that when big companies put all the money and everything, and I don't know, but anyways, I just don't want, I want to make sure that I didn't cause any issues, any problems, and I don't want to say, oh, the poor Nelsons, the poor Nelsons. I'm here to fight for my business. I'm here, and it has caused, and it will, but you know what? Life is life, and we just have to go on, and we have to go forward, and that's why we're in America. And I'm so grateful that we do have council members that will listen to the small business owners, because a small business owner is different than a big corporation. We have different needs too, and I'm just so proud to be here. Please forgive me if you guys said that, oh, I hated this. You know, there's no offense. I was just here. You know, we just have to adjust. But I'm so grateful. This is an absolutely blessing, and I do pray that it will be with the buffer zone, because it's not just with the competition. I think it will take care with what happens when the market goes down, and then suddenly you have one storage facility right next to the storage. I mean, it's just going to look really ugly. I mean, there's so many other things, you know, to say. But thank you guys, and please again forgive me for what happened the other day. And I'm just very grateful. And it's not just about us. I know you know, we all have to get in together. And thank you, 30 seconds. And I didn't cry too, but thank you so much. And again, excuse me for everything. And I love America. And thank you guys.
Thank you so much for coming forward.
Okay.
And you are good, but thank you for standing up.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I love that.
Yeah. We're glad you're here. So I don't believe there's anyone else signed up to testify this evening, and looking out the audience, would you like to testify? Come on forward. Go ahead and state your name, and thank you for being here, and your address. Good for you for raising your hand.
Hi, Marcia Yeppen, 1403 4th Street South. I didn't plan on speaking tonight, but I don't know much about these units, but I don't like them. I keep wondering why everybody needs all these storage units. I can't understand it. Maybe you can explain it to me. A friend of mine did say that businesses need it, just like if they run a business out of their home, they need a place to store things. Okay, but we can't have that many people running businesses out of their homes, I don't think. So I really would like to know why we need all these storage units. And I don't like the way they look. I was appalled to see a new one right there behind the Denny's restaurant. Took over a golf course. I couldn't believe that. And it's right around the corner from that big one on the boulevard. And I appreciate your position, Mayor Kling and Mr. Brunner. I think I had another point, but I've forgotten it now. So as one citizen, that's how I feel.
Thank you for speaking up. I appreciate it. And I have to say, I'm a little disappointed that that's a beautiful entrance to our city, and that's what we see now instead of a golf course, is a storage unit. I can't answer your question about why people have them though, because when we sold our home, I still have 2 storage units that I haven't had time to empty, and I really don't like paying on them. And I look at, it's, I mean, I'm subject to that, so it's unfortunate. Did you remember what you were going to say? Okay.
The logical thing for me seems to be that storage units should be required in a new subdivision. And why can't people be allowed to keep their RVs right in their driveway? To me, that seems logical. So maybe that's something for planning and zoning to think about.
There you go. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So if there's no one else that would like to testify, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, council, where would you like to go from here?
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. A couple months ago, after we had heard on one of the storage unit cases, I left a little bit frustrated because I was, well, what's the point? We don't have any real authority to do anything. We're kind of helpless. And Rodney had done some research, and he happened to call me, and I remember so vividly where I was when you called. And we talked about what had transpired. And one of the things he brought to my attention was when the storage unit moratorium and the code, Title 10, Chapter 1, had come before us, that we omitted the 2,500 foot clause on the amendment. And I was kind of shocked. And I thought to myself, that's maybe an area that we just goofed or an area of oversight, and we need to revisit it. So I'm really thankful that it is coming back up tonight. And when I think about what planning and zoning said, that it's an overreach of government, then what is the purpose of us having future land use maps? What is the purpose of us having zoning? Because it doesn't really make any sense. And so we do have the authority, and we've been entrusted by the citizens to lay out what does Nampa look like now and what is Nampa going to look like in the future. And I'm a big advocate, and I appreciate it, Councilwoman Mucci. We have to have green space. And if you do a lot of study on companies that are coming into the area, and I've said this before, and I apologize repeating myself, but one of the things they look at is the livability, the connectivity, and the green space of a city. What is there to offer the employees once they bring them in and train them? Because if the employees are not happy here, the families don't want to stay here. They've invested all this time training them, they've invested in the facility, but they can't keep people here. So we need to really be aware of what is it that our businesses are looking for when they're coming, but what is it that we want to leave our kids in the future? What is our city going to look like? The other thing I've often said is we need to really narrow the definition of allowable uses in these zones. And when we don't do that, we're getting ourselves in a problem. And as was referred to again tonight, and I've said several times before, and the example was the storage units at an entrance of our city. We have the authority, and we've been entrusted to lay out what the city of Nampa look like now and in the future. We have the authority to control the zoning at the entrances of our city, and I still don't understand that oversight of putting light industrial at a major entrance to our city. So whether we enact a moratorium on storage units, because I agree, people need to be able to store their things, and I get that. But at the same time, we have to look at the best use, and when we're talking 1 or 2 employees, are we bringing in or generating tax revenue off of that to keep those taxes down? So whether we enact a moratorium or not, the 2,500 foot amendment to the Title 10 is a good start for protection. And then as a sidebar, to answer questions about the storage units, 2 years ago, my daughter and I were in Russia. And we were in a conversation at dinner, and one of the conversations was about storage units. And the Russian people looked at us going, what in the world are we talking about? We had to describe what a storage unit was. They had no concept because they don't have the extra or the excess that needs to go into a storage unit. So I thought it was really interesting, and I'm not saying that we can't have extra and we can't use storage units, because I do have extra, and when I moved out of my large home into my small home now, I had 5 storage units, and I still have 2 places where my junk is stored. So I'm not saying you can't have your stuff, but we do need to really look at this from a council position and say, what kind of safeguards can we put in place? And then if we find out they're not working, as was stated, we can always go back and make adjustments for what is going to be best for Nampa now and in the future.
So would you like to make a motion, Sandy? Well said.
Mayor, just quickly. I personally, and I don't know what it would take, Douglas, and I don't know if it'd be the will of the council, I'd like to see it more restrictive. I think 2,500 feet is a great start, but I also think there's still a lot of flexibility. I think that Councilman Bruner brought up in that. There's still a large swath where we can have a lot more storage units come in. So I don't know.
And Mayor, I'll not, like I said, I'll not be in voting in favor of a 2,500. I realize it's a step, but we got to move on, in my opinion, beyond this. And I'm talking about storage shed, not storage units that are in mixed use, that we have a descriptive, but I want a new ordinance and stop, and I repeat, let's not stop pussyfooting around and just get on, and those who are in favor, fine, but I'm not going to vote for 2,500 because I think it's just going to delay what should be happening, so.
Well,
Yeah.
can we override it with the next one? Because if we don't do something now, we're going to have more done, and because it's going to take a it will
So
take
this
us how many
2,500 is going to stop several that are being applied for right now?
So, no, nothing has, we do have 2 items that would come before you for consideration right now, storage units coming before you.
Within 2,500?
I don't know the location, how close they are to 2,500 foot, but I would be hesitant as to put the condition on them that they would not be allowed to even, I mean, they've already applied for they've already turned in their application, they paid the fee. I guess I would say that they're already in that process.
Well, we're in the future. If they're not 2,500, this doesn't affect it anyway. That's why I asked the question. I'm getting into the weeds here a little bit, but what I'm saying is at our next council meeting, if at all possible, we have an ordinance that is more restrictive than this 2,500. And you know, I'm saying right now, as the mayor has said, let's if we call it a moratorium, fine, and we can always change that and open it up. But you said there's 3 times as much as square footage is in the normal thing. So let's just
I think the question is legally, Doug, what are we allowed to do? Because we had to go through 2 public hearings to get here, and so I'm not sure what we're allowed legally to do. So Doug, where can we go?
So, Mayor and Council, I'll make an initial note. The word moratorium has a common parlance use, which I think is being used tonight to basically mean that you prohibit something. That's a fine way to use it. The way the word was used under the last official moratorium fits into a specific slot in Idaho code that has to do with a quick turnaround action. So what council's talking about tonight is basically a regular zoning action, and that's what would be warranted and appropriate at this time. So just to clarify that the word moratorium is being used, and it's sort of common usage, and the city council is not contemplating a Idaho code moratorium. To amend the zoning code, it requires P&Z and council approval, which this has gone to P&Z and now it's here before council. So it would I would rely on Director Ashby to indicate when the next P&Z meeting is.
It's the 25th.
Of this month?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then September 8th will be the next council meeting, but there's notice requirements. So we're probably talking about the second council meeting in September. Would be the earliest.
That a storage unit could come before them?
That
or
a modified ordinance could come before them.
that would be, yes, that would be the earliest, and
It'd be tight.
that's tomorrow that I noticed for that.
Okay.
So,
So something different could come the first meeting of, the second meeting of September. Would be the earliest that something that is substantially different than this would come.
And I don't even know if this council's in favor of that. It's no use you spending your time doing it if the council's not in favor.
Right, but for tonight, this is the ordinance before council. And of course, council can, during discussion, explain why they're voting for something, explain that they're voting for something because they want to see something else happen or because they're content with the amount that's happening. They can vote for something saying that they wish something different was happening. They can abstain from voting for something because they wish something different was happening. So council can express their intent with this and make a decision on this and also provide some guidance in the doing so.
Are we allowed to increase the footage? Like are we allowed to go from 2,500 to 3,500
Mayor,
in this setting?
Mayor and council, no.
Okay, that's
No,
what I wanted.
the public, the public fortunately has the right to know what we're up to, and so we've told them what we're up to, and the risk is lower if you're decreasing the regulation from what is noticed, but if we're going to increase it, we need to notice it again.
Okay.
Mayor
Councilwoman Levi, and then Councilman Haverfield.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question then is, what can we do tonight? Because I understand we can't change anything that's been posted so that the public knows what we're doing. But if because we have to notice it and we're postponing it until the second meeting in September, my concern is we're going to experience what we experienced last time before moratorium, the word that was used, came, is we had this rash of developers coming in and all of a sudden bringing in their applications so that they did not fall under this. So what do we have as a safeguard?
So, Mayor, Councilwoman Levi, the thing you have tonight is to approve this. That would increase the restrictions on storage units. The map Director Ashby showed us does not show zoning. And so I don't know exactly that we have circles where things are prohibited and we also have zones where things are prohibited. So the exact extent of the limitation that would be imposed by the ordinance tonight, I would leave to Director Ashby to get more into the weeds of that. But the sort of to Councilman Haberfield's points earlier, the pre-existing conditional use permits that attempt to force storage units to be more of a mixed use where there's commercial in front and storage units in the back are still in place, regardless of the 2,500 foot. So that exists now. The item before you tonight is to add a 2,500 foot buffer. That would create an additional limitation. Again, I'll leave it to Director Ashby to describe where the zones are, where neither there's a zoning prohibition or a 2,500 foot buffer prohibition. And then the other thing that could be done tonight is to direct staff to bring back something that is more specifically restrictive in some particular way. We have had one recommendation so far, or one suggestion, I guess, from Councilman Bauer.
So Mayor, I will vote on this, yes, if there's a guarantee, if the other council member agrees that there's something coming before us, and if at all possible by the third week in September.
Mayor Kling, I think I was next.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
That's all right, because that wasn't a motion that you were making. That's the main thing. I didn't want you to make a motion before I could make a comment. I appreciate the conversation tonight, bringing it back. I think it's worthy of further consideration, but if we're going to go down this path, there's no reason why it needs to be a conditional use coming before this body. If we're going to place that type of restriction, we can eliminate the conditional use requirement for city council, so that would be an amendment to the ordinance as well. I think further definition of the mixed use component and how that plays out in this ordinance so that there is clarity to a developer. I think that's important as well, because again, if they're going to come in and they're going to look at us versus Meridian or Boise or someplace else, and they're looking at the potential for a significant investment tax dollar-wise and potential job creation-wise, we need to be open to that and not restrictive. So if there's a storage component behind the major portion that's up front that's business, I think we need to have that clarity in this ordinance. But I think we can eliminate the conditional use requirement that brings it before us. Then it just goes back in the normal process before planning and zoning. That's my thought.
I would like to suggest, if we could, if it's the will of the council, that we approve what's before us tonight, and then we go back and further amend the ordinance to consider light industrial, as Councilman Bauer has mentioned, to look at incorporating what Councilman Haverfield has suggested, And so that we can get some time and really, and it may need to take into October for that, but at least go ahead and move forward with where we are today. And then we need to come back and further refine the ordinance to include possibly what Randy's talked about.
Yeah,
That would be
thank-
my recommendation. I just hate to see us not do anything.
Mayor.
But, and I do agree with
Mayor,
Councilman
a question for Doug then.
Bruner.
Doug, as far as, did you say that the current ordinance allows mixed-use developments without restriction? As long as it meets the code, the zoning that it's being placed in?
Councilman Haverfield, I am, the current code, the purpose of the changes last time, or the effect of them last time, and part of the purpose that was expressed last time was to do that where you have, look, you can have a storage unit in the back, commercial in front, and we've seen at least one, and I'm assuming that one's coming forward, although I don't want to talk about them too much. I'll talk about the one in the past. We've seen one in the past where commercial was in front, storage units were in the back. Now, whether or not the line is drawn perfectly on where that should be, what percentage has to be commercial, I don't know. But currently, the code does allow for storage units and has that additional limitation that they include something mixed. If, for the specifics of that, I would refer to.
So the percentage of mixed, or the business side of it versus the storage side, that's not defined.
It's not.
It's,
Yeah. But that, it could be defined in this newly drafted ordinance.
It could be.
And that's the point I'm getting to. There's no real standards. It's just kind of a nebulous potential understanding, but a developer looking at our ordinance wouldn't know that by looking at it.
Yeah.
So if we were to go back and revisit the ordinance and the drafting of it, we could eliminate the conditional use. We could give the better clarity to the mixed-use side of it. Instead of just a storage complex by itself, something that's more of a mixed-use approach would be embraced instead of denied because it has mixed, or it has storage behind, or something to that effect. Don't want to see that happen if we can. Because I've seen some really nice developments happen that have the dual components to it, that creates jobs, creates the ability for expansion and an incubator approach. And there's really a good mix in that. So I'm not sure if making a motion to do that tonight I can support if we're starting down a path that is not going to get us to that end that I just described.
So, for legal counsel, I have a question. Can we do an emergency moratorium tonight? We
No.
cannot. Okay.
No.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we could do that. Okay.
So Mayor, just clarification, when I'm talking more about mixed use, I'm not talking about just having commercial in the frontage and then just having what I call storage sheds in the back. I'm talking about for the commercial use, whatever's in the front, to be able to have storage for whatever products or whatever they are storing or producing. With my mixed use, that's what I'm speaking of. I'm not in favor of just putting some frontage in there and then right in the back having more storage sheds. Okay?
Okay.
So,
I don't agree with you then.
and I have to say, I do agree with Councilman Bruner. So, what is the will of the council? I think we have a lot more to go over tonight.
We got a long
Yeah.
one.
Mayor,
Yes.
I would move that we amend Title 10, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Section 10-119 pertaining to zoning for new storage facilities, a minimum of 2,500 feet from existing storage developments for the city of Nampa, case ZTA 016-20, and encourage the staff to bring back an ordinance to us that would further define what we have discussed this evening.
Second.
Can you define what you mean by what we discussed this evening?
Are you looking to me or?
I don't know. I'm
Well, what we discussed this evening was coming back with a more restrictive ordinance. I think at that, I wouldn't, in this motion, I would go with exactly what was stated, because we can discuss that ordinance in the creation of the ordinance and bring it back and address it. So,
clarification then,
Yeah.
Mayor?
Mhm.
So Doug, what does that mean to you?
So, Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, it sounds to me like we have two things that council is contemplating, or actually three. The first is to have the 25-foot buffer, add additional restrictions on the mixed-use nature of new storage developments, and have that be the thing. The second option is to leave this the way it is, potentially, or maybe not. I guess we'll wait to hear exactly what Councilman Bauer, how he votes on the motion, and then remove this from the 2 remaining industrial zoning areas. And the third option is the Bruner option, which is to have no more in the city of Nampa. So those are the 3 I've heard. If it seems like council would like to be able to discuss all of them at the same time, my recommendation would be, we have 3 ordinances. Only one of them can be adopted, but they all come sort of in a slew, and you pick the one that you prefer.
So to you, the motion was to go with as it's written, the requested action, and then the other things we discussed. But you're saying there's 3 options, either go with this, or go with a different one, or go with the third
The
one.
motion, I want to clarify real quickly, that was not the motion. The motion was to approve the action item as stated tonight and ask legal counsel to work on coming back with a new ordinance, which is going to be a whole public hearing process to look at further restrictions.
So
That's the motion. And then those further restrictions could come back in the form of 3 separate ordinances that the council could choose
Right.
whatever they want to.
And that's what I would like to have, is the opportunity to revisit it and then speak specifically to those things, the benefits and the negatives, so that we're all on the same page with what we're agreeing to. So really, all we're talking about tonight is the potential to limit the number of storage complexes to a half mile apart. If they don't already fall within a circle that's defined on the screen up here as other storage complexes.
Right.
Potentially, but as Doug mentioned, there are zones that they're not allowed as well. So those aren't represented on what we've been shown. So I think the clarity is really what I'm looking for. I'm just dotting the I's and crossing the T's. So it's not like I'm against this. I think that, like I said, there's a lot of other type of developments I'd rather be involved with in a storage complex. But if the market's driving that, then you listen to what is presented. But I do think that there's no reason for us to be reviewing conditional use permits at this level if they can be remanded back to the Planning and Zoning Commission with
Mayor,
this type of
can
definition.
I just address that really quickly? So the conditional use permits, the only thing I'd say about the conditional use permits is that they're the trigger for allowing or requiring, I should say, the 150-foot setback from the roadway. So without having a conditional use permit process, a public hearing, there's nothing to tell that developer that they need to set back 150.
Yeah, and I'm just saying remand it back to the Planning and Zoning Commission for a review. Not to eliminate it, but just remand it back to them, because that's where it resided before it came to us.
Yeah.
But
So can we do that with the motion
that-
tonight?
No, we already have a motion on the table,
Yeah,
and at this
let's go.
time, as late as it is, we
Let's
need
go.
to call for the vote.
Go for the vote.
Let's call for the vote.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Bruner,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Respectfully, no.
Bauer,
No.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Okay,
That's 4.
thank you. That's more, yeah. So we'll continue the discussion. Thank you. It's not that it's done, but it's a step in the right direction.
Can I make a comment?
Yes,
So even if this passed, I guess it could still go into industrial area, so I just
By
want,
conditional use permit.
right, okay. I like it, get it out of the industrial areas completely.
thank you. And Doug is so noted, and so we will address that in the next round.
Even the light.
Okay,
And if we do away with storage sheds, we don't have to have CUP go to anyone, so.
Okay, and Councilwoman Levi.
Mayor, just to follow up on that, and one of the comments that was made a few moments ago, one of the reasons that we brought the storage units, CUPs, to the council was the very reason that we have a storage unit sitting at the entrance of our city, and it should not have happened that way, and it was approved at the planning and zoning level, and we were trying to safeguard from that happening again.
Thank you so much for that comment. Thank you. Fully agree. Okay, it is 10 till 9. We are going to take a break, and I'm sorry that everybody's waiting, but since we've been sitting here for 3 hours, we're going to take a bathroom break. We will resume in just over 5 minutes. We'll try to be fast, and then we'll move quickly through. And the very first item that we'll go to is to item 5.4 on the agenda will be first, and then we will go back and begin at the beginning and come through. So that's for Melissa. Thanks, guys. with us. We appreciate it. And Melissa, I'm sorry, so sorry that you've had to wait so long tonight.
I'm not Melissa. She's an NNU alumna, by the way.
And you've kept your mask on the entire time. I don't know how you're breathing right now. You're used to it. Well, thank you. So at this time, I would like to go to item 5.4 on the agenda, which is the emergency daycare funding for the Boys and Girls Club in the Nampa School District. And I'm not sure who's going to present on this particular item tonight. Kristen, hi, Kristen. I just looked up. How are you?
She's alive.
Good to see you.
She's alive.
So we're ready to go.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to start by just reading the very top part of the memorandum that we had written, just because I do much better if I just start with where I've gone through. So tonight we're putting this request before you, and I just want to say that this is a unique CARES Act request because every other CARES Act funding request that the city of Nampa is considering and looking at, aside from the $500,000 for economic development for business grants, that potential there for city council's consideration. This one was also brought forward by the community, so it's not really technically owned by a city department. And so that's why I'm speaking tonight, is it's really kind of community led, and it was brought to the city's attention as a request from the Nampa School District in partnership with the Boys and Girls Club. And really, at the end of the day, the Boys and Girls Club is the main entity that we'll be discussing here, but definitely partnering with the Nampa School District, as well as the potential for Valley View. And so this has not been submitted to CFAC this evening. We thought it would be more important for City Council to take a look at this and discuss how this can or should look, or if it's something that they would like to consider. So with that, I'll just go ahead and get started. So this is a memorandum that we proposed. Again, changes are welcome and considerations for the City Council and Mayor. So the City of Nampa is requesting pre-approval to use coronavirus relief funds, CARES Act, for emergency child care services for at-risk students and families who without daycare options and financial support to cover them are at risk of losing their job, their home, or their children's safety or care is being compromised. This request and funding would help safeguard families and children in our community from being without work and without homes, therefore preventing homelessness or protecting the health and safety of at-risk students and families, and address a critical need due to school closures in the Nampa School District as a result of the public health emergency due to COVID-19. The city of Nampa would work with the Nampa School District Federal Programs Director to identify and refer families most at risk and emergent need of this support due to COVID-19 school closures and overall economic stress on many families. The Nampa School District Liaison would work with families to fill out a questionnaire ensuring they meet criteria in this memo of being low income per current adjusted guidelines due to COVID-19 and according to CARES Act guidance for proper use of funds. I'll talk about specifics here shortly. This program would be used within authorized dates for the CARES Act and would not extend beyond the Nampa School District's closures due to COVID-19 health precautions. The Boys and Girls Club of Nampa would take the referral from Nampa School District and work to provide temporary childcare needed to ensure the family was able to continue working to avoid income loss, homelessness, or ensure the children's safety during work hours. The Boys and Girls Club of Nampa would submit verification of these situations being met, along with a bill to the City of Nampa for reimbursement through CARES Act funding of childcare costs for staffing and cleaning at the end of each month. There's also discussions, which Melissa will talk about shortly, about potential for utilities and maybe other costs related to this, so I will let her speak on that. But I won't go over part of the memo. We addressed the Canyon County COVID-19 infection rates, so I won't go into that. We'll just say that they're high and they continue to grow, especially if you look at the per 100,000 rate. That's a good indicator. And then just I just want to note that the Nampa School District school closure is completely outside of the City of Nampa City Council's jurisdiction. So I've clarified that in this memorandum as well. So we're not kind of complicating it with a decision that's outside of our jurisdiction. So really the focus here is not on the Nampa School District closure, but working to mitigate the impact of that on our most vulnerable populations. Let's see. So a couple of things that are really critical to note here, that this is it's childcare during the school closures. So as soon as Nampa School District schools begin to open, fully open, then this would be, this program would end very abruptly once those school closures are open and are ended and schools are open. So this would be abruptly, very fastly ended. And then it would be reimbursement. I've talked to Melissa and it sounds like maybe a monthly reimbursement amount would work. And then just a couple of notes, according to the CARES Act funds, guidance that I found, again, this has to be reviewed by CFAC. And so they would also take a look at this and say, yes, we agree that this is a valid use of CARES Act funds. But these are just some of the things that I found that would indicate that we are authorized, or rather the City Council and Mayor are authorized to consider use of CARES Act funds. And I just want to say that this is a different flexibility. This is not offered in FEMA funding. And so this is a unique opportunity to support these community members through CARES Act funding that's not available through other emergency grants. And so there's a frequently asked questions that was updated as of July 8th. And there's a part of that that asks if these funding grants can be used and given directly to citizens for support. And so right here, it does say yes, that they can be given directly to individuals or families for assistance due to COVID-19 public health emergency. And you can read more in depth there, but there's also another one here that says nonprofits are allowed to distribute these funds to provide related assistance due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. And so just, again, other than what's authorized or tying it directly to the CARES Act, this is the general request here is up to $200,000. It's $110 per week, or $440 per month for one child. And so, but that also does not count for cleaning and utility costs that Boys and Girls Club would have to cover. And then, so as far as that goes, does anybody have questions that I can answer as far as specifics for CARES Act funding, eligibility, that type of thing?
Mayor, just a quick question. So the school district, are they getting any COVID-19 funding?
They are, Councilman. According to the Nampa School District liaison that we've been working with, they don't have any CARES Act funding available for this. They've spent all of it or have reserved it. Part of their CARES Act funding has been reserved to pay for childcare for teachers. And so that is a consideration, but according to their liaison, they're not eligible to give direct payments to citizens like we are under our CARES Act relief funding bill, which is potentially different. That's all I know. I don't know the specifics, but we did ask what CARES Act funding they had available to designate for this.
Thanks, Kristen. Yeah, I would love to have them be in a partnership with us, but maybe not.
So I'm a little confused because I thought these funds were going to the Boys and Girls Club, and I'm hearing you saying there's discussion of these funds going directly to individuals.
No, yes, thank you so much, Mayor. And we can reword how that's, my only point was that the city is authorized, unlike the school district, to help individual families in the community, and that can be done through a nonprofit organization. So if we want to rewrite this as a grant to the Boys and Girls Club, that would be different, and we could make those changes. So.
Okay, so I don't know why I guess I didn't catch that. And so maybe Melissa, would you like to speak to that? Because it was my understanding that these were funds that would help Boys and Girls Club operate, not that we're giving funds to individuals to go pay for something else.
So I'll answer a few questions.
Okay.
One, if you haven't been to the club, I'd love to give you a tour. Our club has been full for the last 8 years. With COVID, we just got smaller. So we normally can serve 230 in our building. We can only serve 130 now. This crisis hit and we opened up locations through the school district, and they were great, that partnership. This summer, sorry, I gotta take this off. This summer, we opened up 3 additional locations, and we registered over 650 kids this summer coming through our program. So this has just been this huge stress on how do we keep serving these kids now that the school district is going every day fully online. And so we are in need of expanding our hours. Normally we're open 2:30 to 6:30 Monday through Friday. We now will be open 7 a.m. till 6:30. And now we've got to shrink this list down to 130 in our building. So we're working with different individuals trying to get space. We are with the school district, with the staffing. We will be operating at West Union and East Valley. They are helping with funding on that, on paying for our staff to be there. No cleaning or supplies additional. It's literally just staff. Priority will be given to their employees, which also helps us out because some of their employees use our services anyway. So we're able to move some of those kids over to those locations. Very limited. 60 is our max capacity at Union. We have 2 classrooms at East, and then 3 classrooms, which they're all about 15 each, at West. And so that is helping cover that. This would be to expand our services, hopefully with maybe the Hispanic Cultural Center and some space there, as well as working with the school district on additional 1 room here, 2 rooms here, whatever they're able to give us. Even if they go into a hybrid schedule, we would still be operating full-time, 7 to 6:30, because kids will just flip-flop. I'm hoping for that sooner than later because that doubles our number. We can serve more kids because now kids are going A/B schedules instead of every single day. Today we opened up our new form to register kids. We've had 195. As I've been sitting here, we've had at least 20 to 30 come in tonight alone. Our families, 81% come from free and reduced rate. So they're hitting below that poverty line. A lot of our parents can't stay home. If they stay home, they come homeless. So we are working with the Nampa School District to give priority to homeless kids, migrant, low income, to help expand these services. And so we will be doing that as well.
Mayor, if I may, so where are you getting your extra workers from then?
So we are hiring like crazy. We hired 6 today.
So you're hiring
I've
just
asked-
with no commitment as far as from a future timeline?
So we've been completely honest with them. We will be open until school goes back to session. College kids are great for this because we can work around the schedule. So NNU's been great with sharing it. College CWI, we're looking at a work-study program there to kind of help with some of that gap. We are trying to hire as fast as we can to serve as many kids as we need. Our phones are ringing nonstop. Parents, I can tell you the stories we're getting. It's hard. It's hard to watch it. It's hard to hear it. and we want to be there to help. So we will open with funding and space and staffing. We will open as many spots as we can to cover as many kids as we can right now.
So I'm just, educate me, Mayor, if I may. How quickly can you do a background check on new employees?
48 hours max. Usually
Okay.
they come back between 24.
And I'm just curious in case someone asks there and you or whatever, what are you paying?
$8.50 to $10 an hour. The other thing which is jumping our budget so much is our staff now came from seasonal in the summer to part-time in the school year, and now they're full-time with benefits. So the benefits alone are $8,000 a year for us to cover this. So that's what's really kicking it. So not with this funding, Boys and Girls Club alone, just to get through the school year, if we are full-time, will cost us an additional $95,000. That will not be part of this. This is to expand our program into many locations as we can, providing we can find the staff to do so.
Mayor? Thank you. A few questions.
Yes.
So the hours that you gave, you will have kids there during that entire time?
Yep, 7 a.m. till 6:30. 4 hours will be set aside. We won't do them all in chunks. They've programmed them out to help kids complete their homework. We know parents are working, and when they get home, they don't have time for 4 hours after school. Nampa School District has told us that's about the time it will take for their kids to complete their homework. And then we're going to complement with our education national programs, as well as athletics. We have a program called Triple Play, which is healthy lifestyles. We'll do STEM. We have a grant for DIY STEM, so all of our kids can go through a STEM program, and we'll complement as much as we can on the education and the physical activity as much as possible.
So you'll have the kids at these different locations, and some of them will include schools,
Yes.
correct? And they'll be doing their online school under your guidance,
For 4 hours a day.
but yet they can't go to school. But they can be in the schools for the program.
So the issue, and I'm not with the school district, so I can't address that.
Help me out
but,
here.
It's social distancing. So the hard thing about these, what's costing us so much in staff is I can only fit how many kids in an area. So classroom right now is 15, and that's with us. We live by X's right now. So if you come into the club, everything's marked with an X. So we know if a room is overfilled, we have no more X's, then that child has to come to another room. So we do the same thing in the schools. So we mark everything 6 feet apart, X's. We are requiring masks when they come back. And our janitorial services, we have full-time janitors. I will tell you that will be hard to give up once this is over because they are amazing, but they disinfect everything. So we have dirty and clean baskets. Everything anyone touches goes in the dirty. The janitor has to clean it. I kind of laughed earlier when you were talking about the chairs. If you came to our conference room, which normally we have board meetings, you can't walk in there because it has every fabric chair that we own in that building because we're out of space. And so it's in there, and we've now gone to hard surfaces so we can disinfect. If there is a case, we have a janitorial service that comes in that night and disinfects. That's another $500 every time they come in to do that, which they are giving us a big discount on that as well. And so St. Luke's was awesome. They came in with their infectious disease control. Before we opened, we walked the building and decided what we could and could not have. So they can't share books. We have donations of books now. So if they touch a book, they take it home with them. Any of our board games that we can't disinfect, we've had to get rid of. So we play a lot of Mancala and Connect Four because we can dunk the full game in there. Balls go in the dirty basket. They have to be re-wiped. We have sanitation bottles. So if it is Foursquare, they've allowed us to bring back dodgeball and Foursquare, but they have to get disinfected. They wash their hands before and after they leave that area.
So a follow-up question, if I might. There are these X's. Are the kids confined to the X's for 4 hours?
No, so we rotate them through the building and they get disinfected. So that way a child's not in a room. The schools are a little difficult, only because we don't have as much space. So we might be only working with 2 classrooms, but they're trying to get us into the cafeteria and gym as much as possible. We also love to take them outside as much as possible to run and play. And so we'll do that as well. And then while we're outside, they'll disinfect the area before they come back in, and they'll rotate rooms there. We are going to be breaking them up into age groups. That's new to us. Normally we vote with our feet, so it's whatever the kid's into. But with the schooling and so many of these programs that are education based, we will need to split them up between age groups so we make sure that we're getting them the correct age specific activity.
Thank you for your clarification.
Mayor Clayton,
Yes.
thank you for all you do. I didn't realize everything that you do. We talk quite a bit, but wow. This would be a great consideration for the Boys and Girls Club, fellow councilmen and women. So, man, I support you 100%. You bet.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'll have to recuse because I'm on the board of directors for the Boys and Girls Club, but I would like to comment. Melissa and her team have done the most magnificent job. And I think the reason that the school district continues to come back to the Boys and Girls Club is that they're doing everything right. And even when you prepare to do everything right, there are still COVID cases that happen even in our clubs. It's the reality of it. And the process is magnificent that they have gone through to make sure that these kids are safe. And the sanitation practice is remarkable. And I would have the utmost confidence with my child with you guys.
Thank you.
You guys do a great job.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Bauer.
I love the Boys and Girls Club. In fact, I'd love to donate to you guys. I have a couple concerns, and you can let me know if this is truth or rumor. Is it true that the Boys and Girls Club was closed to the general public kids, but was open to teachers' kids as of lately?
No.
No.
The only thing that kind of got twisted is we will be opening Union, West, and East Valley. And we're going to start with staff kids first, but that's through that CARES funding. And so there's restrictions there, and then we'll open up to as many. I doubt we'll open up those 3 sites to additional kids because we're already at 78, which is pretty much full for us. I'm hoping when we go to hybrid though, we can flip that switch and then be able to double those numbers so we can get additional kids there. But this is the first time we've ever limited it. The only other time we've limited it is when we first opened after closure, and we limited it to first responders and healthcare workers. And so that was the only time, but that was pretty brief before we opened it up.
Okay, so for clarification, this passes, this will go towards
Community members.
community members in need
Low income.
and teachers' kids, or
yep.
both, or what kind of percentage, or?
So no, this funding has requirements that Kristen said, and so this will be low income families. They do have to hit a screening. I'm not worried about hitting that. 81% of our families right now are low income, but we will work with the Nampa School District for those referrals,
Okay.
homeless kids, things like that as well.
Okay, so this money isn't going to teachers'
Nope.
kids?
No, that's a completely separate program. We
Okay.
also have another program at Iowa Elementary. That's a 21st Century grant that is specifically for education type of a grant. So that is Iowa referral. So those kids will come from Iowa, not teachers' kids, but they will have to come from Iowa Elementary through the principals and counselors. And there'll be more tutoring involved in that. So they're going to have to hit more qualifications for that program. But Boys and Girls Club main site, and I am hoping we could open up Hispanic Cultural Center, a couple of school sites. It'll be as many kids as we can get in our program as fast as we can.
That'd be awesome. So I wish we could be in school,
Yeah.
but, and I kind of agree with Sandy, if we're doing daycares, we should be able to have school, but thank you for all you do. Really appreciate the Boys and Girls Club.
Thank you.
Councilman Haverfield?
Just for clarification, to follow up on what Sandy asked, and what was just mentioned, you're able to take care of staff, school staff, their kids, like teachers, kids?
It's teachers, kids, and it's only for those 3 sites, and that's fully taken care of by the Nampa School District
So
through
the-
the CARES fund.
Are the teachers then at home?
No,
Are they at a
it's
different
my
location?
understanding that they'll be in the classroom, but I don't know that for sure.
Okay.
So
I was wondering if the kids are there, but they're back at their home,
that's not my understanding, but
There
I don't
are
know
some,
that for sure.
there are some teachers teaching students on site because they've got certain groups of kids that have to be at school. And so there are kids actually in the classroom, and there are some with some disabilities and different things that are actually in the classroom. So there are a number of teachers that are teaching.
The sooner we get back to normal, the better, I think. But separating, again, I mean, if that's what the intent was, but it doesn't sound like that was the intent.
No, and one other thing to mention, this funding will help, almost all of it will go to salaries. Again, we don't pay our staff great. We have the best staff there is though, because they're there for the right reasons. And so the other thing we will be working through is we do provide them breakfast, lunch, and a snack. We try to do a heavy snack. We call it supper because unfortunately for many of our kids, what they eat at the clubs, what's going to be what they eat the rest of the night. So we are working those details out as well, which I'm hoping we're working through the Nampa School District as a partnership there for some of the food, as well as St. Al's and St. Luke's, because until they go back to school, the cafeteria staff aren't there. And so I may be calling on all of you to come help us make lunches as well, because we might be making those in our kitchen.
Your board members will be.
Darrell makes a good sandwich.
Mayor
I'm on
Klein?
it.
Yes.
Can I make a motion?
Please do.
Yeah, I think I've heard enough, and I support this action, so
Thank
I'll
you.
make the motion to approve it.
Thank you.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded, and I need to ask if there's any more discussion, but we're going to have to get going. So can we just do roll call? Roll call.
Bruner,
Yes.
Mucci,
Recuse.
Levi,
No.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you
There you
guys
go.
so much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
Melissa, your work is amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay,
Mayor-
yes, Kristen, thank you.
So sorry to ask a question, but with what was just approved does not match the memo. So can I just go back through the minutes and type up kind of what was just discussed? And then we'll submit the CPAC proposal that way?
I believe we have approved the funding up to $200,000 for the emergency daycare, with the funds going to the Boys and Girls Club and for the population base that Melissa mentioned.
Okay, so we
Is
will,
that correct?
yeah, so we'll remove some of the other specifics because we had it tied to individual families rather than the Boys and Girls Club.
Yeah, I think the
No. It's the Boys and Girls.
Boys and
Yeah.
Girls Club is what we.
That was
And
my
then
motion.
in the school, just clarification, the schools, as you said several times, are taking care of their own, this teachers and
Mhm.
staff, kids, they're paying for that. So that, the money we're talking about is not going towards that. Okay.
All righty. Thank you, Kristen. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, Melissa. Okay, so we're going to go back to the beginning of the agenda, and I think I lost a page somehow. So, well, no, I didn't. So, we're going to go back. We're going to go to mayor and council comments. And I'm sorry, I've got to start there, but Darren, thank you for being here tonight. So under mayor and council comments, this is COVID updates. And so one of the things we wanted to bring before the council, and you can make your way up here, Darren. We've been discussing what to do with some events. And I have reached out to Nikki Zog today. And thank you, you're going to get to stand here for just a minute, but thank you for being ready. I did provide to the council members tonight a hard copy of a letter that I received from some doctors in Boise. You also received my responses to that you'll see in the Statesman at some point. I am getting considerable, I don't want to say pressure, but I've been asked a number of times, what are we going to do in Nampa because of the numbers going up and where we are. So I visited quite a bit with Nikki Zog, and so I wanted to follow up with her before this meeting tonight, and Nikki Zog is our director of Southwest District Health. And one of the things, she said the number of new cases per day and positivity rate appear to be starting to plateau and slightly trend downward. We're still seeing substantial disease spread. We're at about a 15% positivity rate, and our goal is to be less than 5. Anything our community can do to support us in reaching this goal by following our recommendations would be greatly appreciated. Current recommendations, she said, use a mask face covering in public settings. Limit social/mass gatherings and avoid gatherings of people outside your household. Remote work wherever possible. And vulnerable individuals need to take extra precautions to limit exposure. So for me, I think personally I have 2 goals. The first goal is that we don't overwhelm our hospitals, because we're needing to make sure that and right now our Nampa hospitals, based on what we're hearing, do not appear to be over capacity. So that's one goal. The other goal, though, is we need to get our kids, and there's more than 2 goals, but right now my thought is we need to get our kids back in school. And the only way to get our kids back in school is to get our numbers down. So the one thing that Ada County is asking us from different commissioners and people that have talked to me, that one is they said, please don't allow the events that are not taking place in Ada County to move to Canyon County, because then we just exasperate a challenge. I know that we do have a little bit of, we do have some inquiries at the Civic Center from things moving over. But right now, we do have some events scheduled here that we need to discuss whether or not we hold them. And I want the input of the council on this, rather than just me making the decision. So with those events, Darren, why don't you talk about the events that we have and what your recommendations and what we've talked about.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just a few events that we have scheduled right now is we have some girls softball tournaments scheduled. In addition to that, we have a festival at Lakeview Park. And so the first event is the 28th to the 30th. That is a Nampa Pride softball tournament. The age group, it's girls. The age group is 16 and under. Then I think they have a 10U as well tournament. That tournament right now is scheduled to take place at West Park, Skyview Park, and at Lions Park, 3 locations. There's 34 teams. Most of them are from Idaho. One team's from Carlin, Nevada, Hermiston, Oregon, Benson, Utah. 2 teams from Kennewick, Washington, 2 from Spokane, out of those 34 teams. And so the organization would like to move forward with that tournament. It's an annual tournament, meaning that this particular tournament is Nampa people putting on the tournament. So they've submitted a plan to us with precautions in place. One of the things that they've mentioned is that they would limit seating in the benches and only have spectators out in the outfields. And then, of course, just the education that comes along with that. And so that's one of the events that we have. In terms of other softball programs or tournaments that we have, September 11th to the 3rd, let's see, the 11th through the 13th is another softball tournament, expected to be kind of about the same. The sponsor of the 11th to the 13th is a Meridian Group. They didn't move their tournament here just due to COVID. They actually had it here last year too, but it is a Meridian Group. And then October 9th through the 11th, the Lions Club tournament, again, girls softball. That's local, and that would be here. It's all expected to be probably about the 30 or so teams. And so I brought those to you to take on some consideration.
Before we move on from those, I'd like to ask, at a given game, because games are rotating in and out, approximately how many people do you have at a given game? And then I think I heard you have asked people to separate. So like if they were in the stands, you would cord off certain stands, but I think what I'm hearing is they're saying, please don't even use the stands, just sit down as families on blankets and bring your own chairs and stuff.
That is that is the plan that the tournament turned into us, is that they would block off bleacher seating and require the spectators to be out in the outfield. And so that's one of the plans that they put in place.
Okay.
That is for the one happening on the 28th or the 30th. We haven't talked plans specifically for the ones that are later in September.
Okay. Thank you.
And so in addition to that, a couple festivals that are coming up. I guess I should answer your question, Mayor, on how many, there could be 4 fields going at one time. Yeah, maybe 250, 300, you know, kind of at each park at maybe one time, maybe less than that, but there's some overlap coming and going.
But at different fields at the park.
Yeah, so there'll be 3 different parks, and 2 of the parks, for example, Skyview Park has 4 baseball fields, so there would be possibly 4 games going on at one time. Same with West. And then on September 6th, there's a scheduled community festival. It is Coca-Cola Broadcasting Company. This is a group, it's a Hispanic organization that they have 2 events usually each year. One usually around Cinco de Mayo. They canceled that one. And then they usually have one sometime in September to celebrate Mexican Independence Day. And so that one is scheduled for the 6th. Typically they have about 3,000 people that show up to that particular event. They have given us notice that they're going to have less vendors this year. It's kind of hard to tell. There's no gate or tickets sold, and so it's whoever shows up, shows up. So, but I would say there's probably usually about 3,000 would be typical. Whether that would be the same this year, I don't know. But they have expressed that they would like to move forward with that particular event. So yeah, so those are the tournaments that are coming up. Those are a couple of the big events coming up. But also on September 15th, the Taste of Idaho by the Nampa Chamber. And it's my understanding that perhaps in past years they've had maybe 600 participants, but that'll be maybe around the 200, 250 this year. So I don't know if there's any opinions on moving forward with these events from the council.
Thank you, Darren. For Darren, it's very difficult to decide what to do with this. I feel like with the outdoor event with families, if they're bringing their blankets and sitting outside on their blankets and watching, and they can adhere to their distancing, the only thing I might ask is that we really watch those bathrooms. They're going to need to be cleaned a lot. I've said that I'm fine with those moving forward. What I am concerned about is the 3,000 people at Lakeview Park. We did cancel Art in the Park, and I don't feel comfortable with hosting a big event. It would not behoove, it would not look good for our community at all, because those are sources of transmission. And so going back to what Nikki has asked, we need to do our part here. We need to get our kids back in school. We need to reduce the spread. The spread is coming from non-family members gathering with other, and sometimes it's families getting together that don't live in the same household, and there's absolute spread going on there. It's bigger gatherings, right? So we need to be careful. Otherwise, our kids are not going to get in school. And so somewhere we got to get it. We need our kids back in school. That's kind of where I'm going right now. And we need to reduce the exposure in large groups. So,
Mayor Kling.
Mm-hmm.
So Darren, the baseball officials or directors have given you a plan of what prevention sounds like to me. So has the September 6th group, have they given you a plan of prevention or not? Or have they had a meeting with you about that?
They have, not necessarily a plan. They have stated that they've talked to Southwest District Health, that they've got suggestions. It really talks about trying to keep separation, encouraging masks, those type of things. From experience and just seeing some of the events, what we see is that many people make a big effort to keep separated, but to get 100% compliance and for it to happen at all times, it can be difficult to enforce in large crowds. But they have stated that they would educate, recommend masks, and have signage.
So, but they'll be bringing in bands and they'll be bringing in food and whatever.
They've stated typically they have 25 vendors. They would reduce that to about 15 vendors.
So who's in charge of that event?
This is a guy named Clint.
He works for Univision, right?
Coca-Cola Broadcasting.
Yeah, it's Univision. Univision, right?
What's that?
That's Univision TV.
Yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. And I know who he is.
Okay.
He works out of the Hispanic Culture Center.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know how we can allow that event, but not Art in the Park or any other things that we've had, festivals at the park that we have canceled. Is there going to be some kind of talking with him or dialogue with him, or we just going to say no?
I think that's why we're here, is to get some feedback from this group. They've requested to move forward with it at this point, although they know that it's has not necessarily been approved right now.
Yeah.
They're aware of that, and so if it did get canceled, I don't think that they would be surprised necessarily. But the discussion that we've had is it's kind of a pending date for them, and we haven't made any guarantee to them that it will.
Yeah,
move
because that's
forward.
usually a pretty good, I mean, it brings in a lot of people. And so, Mayor Kling and fellow councilmen, I would, since we're not allowing any other event at Lakeview Park, I don't think we should allow this one. I'm okay with the baseball because they have a good plan. And I'm not really okay with baseball, but I don't want to stop that. And I really do want to, but I can't, because I think it's a different situation.
Mayor, I concur too. I think that the softball is, it brings a sense of community back, family involvement. My wife and I have actually went and watched our youngest son play softball at West Park, and it's just a joy to get out, watch a little bit of activity. It's fun. Something as small as that, I think, can be dispersed enough, and it's outside where the virus is attacked by ultraviolet light anyway. So I would be 100% in support of the softball tournaments. The larger group gathering, I would share the same concerns that Victor's raised.
And I asked Kirk Carpenter to go ahead and show his face up there, just in case you had questions. He has been working with the baseball tournament and with Southwest District Health. And you've been part of that process. And Kirk, I think, do you have any quick comment?
Yes, Mayor, Council, thank you very much. Full disclosure, I will let everybody know my daughter does play softball, so I actually injected myself into knowing that a Nampa organization was planning. So I wanted to make sure that they were planning, and they had already submitted a plan to Darren. They since have even revised further. They do meet the concerns that the mayor voiced about the restroom, and their concessions are only allowing one person from each team to be able to go to concessions, as well as controlling the restrooms at each location. They've mapped out every site to determine where families can be and separated physically. And then they have time frames in which teams will enter the field to play, and they'll exit fully decontaminate the dugouts prior to the next team coming in. So they have put a lot of thought and process in conjunction with CDC guidance and Southwest District Health, and they fully intend on getting their plan approved by Southwest District Health before the event even takes place. So they have a lot of thought and consideration into the safety of the kids that will be there.
I'd like to suggest that we take that plan and require it at every other tournament.
Okay.
Just let it be consistent that there's a plan and we need to watch it. If they can't adhere to it, well, they need to adhere to it.
Yeah.
They also are giving away free masks as well, Mayor. They were one of the first organizations that they went out and purchased masks for not just the players, but for the people attending as well.
Perfect. Okay, is there, for sake of time tonight, are there any other comments or questions? Are we good with that? So,
Yeah, on the, just one question on the
Taste
the
of
Taste Idaho, the Nampa Chamber, the smaller activity, is everybody good with that?
so my understanding is what they're talking about doing, and Jean, you're on the board, right? That they were going to, Mitch mentioned they're going to limit it to maybe 200, 250, and really they're going to do more of a to-go environment. Instead of, they're not going to have long tables. They're going to really do more of a, continue to cook the food, but come by, pick your, it's going to be in a to-go box. Do you have any comments? on
Mayor,
that?
that's my understanding as well. I think that I'm really hopeful about where we're going. We had seen hospitalizations at St. Luke's go down. We were back up to 19 today, which is a bummer. I get really hopeful. And I think we're headed in the right direction. We want to avoid anything that's a super spreader potential. Our kids have to go back to school. I'm really disappointed that Monday I take a first day of school picture of my kiddo in her pajamas in front of a computer. I don't think that's what any of us had hoped for. And we certainly don't want to do that for very long. They deserve to be back in school. So the simple things that we know work, we need to all lean in on. And if that limits some things in the near term for the short-term benefit of our kids getting back to school, I'm all for that. I won't be going to events right now.
Okay.
I think I have the direction.
Does that give it to you?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like very quickly, Amy, you've waited all night. Would you do me just a big favor and do just a really fast census update? And the reason I'm asking Amy to do this is we're all about COVID right now. Census is crazy important. It is so important. So I've been like, Amy, where are we? What are we doing? So thank you so much.
I will try to be really quick. Okay, so with census, they did extend the deadline because of COVID. And so now it's September 30th. So as we kind of head into this final countdown, Nampa wants to finish strong. And so please help us lean in, as Jean says, and help us finish strong. Right now, Nampa is not looking too bad. 76.5% is our response rate. And Meridian, by comparison, 78.7. Boise's at 76.9. By the way, they had a $100,000 budget. We didn't.
Yeah, we had Amy. We had zero.
Yeah. So,
budget?
but we do have
No.
we do have a couple of census tracts that we want to make sure that, as you know, through the Chris Stanley study, we do have some areas that we really need to help get the word out and encourage that response rate. So I'm working with the census team and enumerators to get that going. Anything else? So that's really quick.
Just a little suggestion. I know we had a census person come to the alumni house, just not knowing that it was, but no mask or anything that, and I'm not a huge mask guy, but I take it that's being suggested that they come, because he came right into the house, and we had the door open, and it's open for students when they're on.
Are you talking about enumerators? I don't think they're allowed to go into a house.
Well, they were, because this our is a business, and it's
You invited them in,
open house. But I just yeah.
Oh, also the distribution this Thursday, they really need volunteers. If you're able to help throw food boxes into, that would be something
That's
else.
coming Thursday night.
Yes, and I know Councilman Brunner, you've helped before.
Yes.
So.
Amy, I know we're being really quick, but in those specific census tracts that we're talking about, we have found the magic elixir is having somebody from the school district that they know, let people know that somebody's coming and you can trust them. We would not, as you've seen, we wouldn't distribute any food in some of those neighborhoods without school district folks helping let them know that we're coming. So I don't know if that's helpful to try to get a little more traction in those, but like Maudie and some of the resource coordinators,
Yeah,
if there's any potential.
thank you.
Thank you for that. If we could get some help from them, that would be good. It's so important to us, and they're the people that are going to benefit. But we need to get those numbers in. So that's a great idea, Marty.
Yeah.
Thank you.
She's on my speed dial. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Amy. Appreciate it. Okay, staff communications, Tom Points.
Is he still alive?
Is Tom, where is Tom? Oh, there you are. I think you were leaning down. I was like, where did you go?
He was sleeping on the floor.
Evening, Mayor, Council. So I've got a staff report here. I'm going to go through a few items, and then I'm going to save some time for Jeff Barnes to go over the cost of service study for the airport. So, and I'll be quick on this. But I do want to recognize the streets crew for their chip sealing. They did a great job this year. They're done with their chip sealing. And so now they're into their thermoplastic, and things went really well. They tried some new oil this year that worked out really nice and held the chips really, really good. Don's online. He can probably hear this. He's having trouble connecting, but him and his crew did a good job, and I want to thank him for that. In the water department, we've been putting in the automated meter readers, so we don't have to send a tech out to read the meter. And we're about 60% complete with that. Just wanted to give you an update. And we've got we'll do some more next fiscal year, and we have that in the budget to buy those meters. Erosion sediment control. So this has been erosion and sediment control for residential and commercial. We get developers and builders get permits, and then we look at their stormwater plans. This has been a function of the building department, and we've recently transitioned it over to Public Works. And now we're 100% of us doing this in environmental compliance. And so this was also something that we'd planned to do, and it's implemented in the 21 budget. And wastewater plant, just a quick update. Last time we approved the Jacob CH2M Hill Progressive Design Build, Group F, our larger project. Our Group E building, the lab building, that's on schedule and in budget. Our digester, which is Group D, that was Ewing is our contractor. We're experiencing some COVID delays on that for parts for like pipes and fittings. So we're continuing to manage that. So that's it for me, unless you have questions on those items, and Jeff's here to talk about cost of service at the airport.
Excuse me, Mayor Kling. I think most of the council received this letter from Mr. Alan Freeman. Do you have a copy of that?
Council Rodriguez, I don't recall seeing that.
It talks about chip sealing.
He sent us two.
He sent us two. So I wonder if you could take one of these and get back with him and see what his concerns are.
Oh, sure.
You know, I don't know why. He shows a picture of chip sealing and all this other stuff.
I think the cul-de-sacs is what he's concerned with, how we run the cul-de-sacs.
Yeah.
I think TJ may have that. I can have her email it to you. I'm sorry that it wasn't already
I'll
emailed.
give you this one.
Well, we can get the letter and respond to it. You have it, Jeff?
Mayor,
Jeff, you have it? Okay, thank you,
Mayor.
Jeff.
You said you got it?
just in looking at those, it didn't look like the street sections had been completed yet.
Right.
I know that with our subdivision, we're very pleased with the quality of the chip seal that was done, but it's done in phases. There's the crack seal first, and then there's the one coat, and then they come back. And so it's I think about a 4-stage process almost.
Yeah, they just did our cul-de-sac just the other day. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Freeman was concerned, Mayor, City Council, was concerned about the cul-de-sacs not being chip sealed. So what we do is we crack seal them, and then we fog coat those. Because the turning movements on the cul-de-sacs, it peels up the chips and it makes a mess. So it's still coated, it just doesn't have a chip seal. Okay, highlights from the cost of service study. So about 8 months ago, we started really a business plan study at the airport. This is one of a number of things we have going on. We had the in-house capacity to do that, and so we assembled a in-house group of staff, and I just want to, Jake Allen spent a tremendous amount of time on this study, and also Claire Bowman, Monty Hazel from the airport, and some people, and I know Doug Waterman helped out with it, so we appreciate that. A few highlights is that this is really for a guide to understand the revenue and expenses. It's a business plan for the airport. Mayor had talked about this maybe a year ago, and so we put it on our list to kind of look at how we could be, where the airport was at as far as equity and sustainability and things like that.
So I want to thank the commission. We presented to the council and the commission over the last few months. Also, just thank you for the team for their hard work. So a few main points. The Nampa Airport Commission and staff are to be commended. Where the airport's at right now is they are in a small percentage of airports that really are pretty close to sustainability. And the way they run things out there is to be commended. It's well maintained, it's well run, it's safe, and so I want to, thank the commission. I know that Councilman Haverfield was the liaison for a long time, and thank you for your work, and then also Monty and the crew out at the airport. So that was part of this. We're in a good place right now to build on and go forward. The lease and rent rates at the airport cover much of the basic operations and maintenance costs. And that's what the cost of service is talking about. It's only operational maintenance, it doesn't take into account the capital costs. And so what the rent rates and the lease rates, they're paying to maintain the airport. When we looked at all the numbers, there's a $170,000 gap from what we need, what we bring in. And that gap is covered $113,000 by the property tax that's paid by the airport, that's given back to the airport. That bridge is part of that gap. So the report really outlines how important the property taxes are to the airport. We laid it out as if the airport wasn't getting those property taxes back. But speaking for the commission and for the discussions we've had, we would want to just let the council know and during the budget process how important that money is to the airport to bridge that maintenance gap. We're going to present in the near future. We're talking about lease rates, and part of this study was to make sure there was equity out there, and so we will present that, and we're discussing it with the commission right now. And then capital is not part of this plan, but we do have some exciting capital improvements planned, or at least in the planning process, and we have a planned study underway for the new terminal building and redesigning Municipal Drive, what developments we'll be putting along there. We had this last week we had a meeting with the architect, which was fantastic. They have a lot of great ideas right now, so we'll be presenting those in the future. But again, the cost of service study doesn't include those type of capital improvements, so we are going to, next step is to look at ways we can fund those type of improvements, and that might be public-private partnerships, any other options that we have available to us. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
I don't see any questions, but great work, great job. Thank you so much. We'll look forward to seeing you come back. Okay, so is that it for staff report? Okay, thank you both. We're going to move to action item 5.2. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the contract with the Nampa Police Protective Association. Is there?
Am I able to make a motion?
You are.
As part of that?
Absolutely.
Great job by Rick back here and the union representatives from the police department and so on. I was a part of that, and probably wasn't liked all the time, but anyway, I thought it ended up being a very, very good negotiation and contract. So I make the motion that we pass it as
Second.
Is there any discussion? It's been moved and seconded.
Thanks, Darrell.
Absolutely. Darrell, thank you. That was a heavy lift, and you did a great job. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
I think there was a couple alumni on there. I think they still are okay.
Yeah. It's good.
So, Mayor Kling,
Yes.
Darrell's going to do the fire next year? Is that?
Yes.
Is that what it is?
I think he just got nominated.
He would have me over there.
Yes. And I want to say thank you to Rick. Rick, thank you. You've done a great job organizing everything, so really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You did a wonderful job.
Okay, so if there is no further discussion, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Okay, and item 5.4 is done. We're going to move to 5.5. That's an action item to approve the application and program guidelines for the small business grant. This is the one that Beth, has been working on. It has been reviewed by legal, and it is budgeted from the 2020 CARES funding. I know, I can tell. What do we do?
Mayor and Council, the guidelines that we put together, we had a jump start because
We had already done the guidelines for the CDBG small business loan program that you approved as part of our CARES Act funding from the CDBG back in June. So we basically took those guidelines, stripped out all of the HUD-specific language, and created the more flexibility that the state funds allow us to do. And that is what the guidelines are that are before you. As Doug mentioned, these have been submitted to CFAC. We are awaiting their approval. We certainly also need your approval to move forward with this. We've identified $500,000 as kind of an initial amount, and we'll see what the demand is. It is $15,000 per business is the maximum that we've put in there.
Mayor, go ahead.
Beth, so will this notice be put out to the community that this is available then?
As soon as we have approval that it's approved by CFAC and council, certainly yes.
So businesses that received the PPP loan, they're not qualified to get this?
Mayor and council, they can qualify for these dollars. We can't use the same dollars for the same purpose. But most of the PPP loans that were received in the community have probably already expended the dollars that they received from that funding source. So if they have additional needs for whether it's protective equipment or if it's a restaurant and they need to expand out to get more seating or whatever it is, that's where we can come in if it's new costs, addition to costs they've already incurred.
So it's not for employees as far as salaries and that, to retain employees then?
No.
All right, this is, okay. Thank you.
Mayor, I'm going to just go ahead and make the motion to approve the application and program guidelines for the small business municipal grant. And I'll just add an addendum to that. If there is a higher demand, I'm not in favor of some of the other things so much, but for this, by all means, small business, let's take care of them. So.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
I just want to say, Beth, you're doing an amazing job. It's excellent, the work that and all that economic development carries and is carrying with a COVID thing right now. It's a lot. So you guys have done a phenomenal job. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, the next item is item 5.6 on the agenda. This is to authorize the CDBG staff to allocate $20,000 in the CDBG funding from the Housing Affordability Project to LEAP Charities. This is a multifamily infill project pursuant to HUD's final approval of the Second Amendment of the 2019 Annual Action Plan is approved by council at the July 20th regular council meeting.
Hello,
Hi,
Mayor
how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you guys?
Getting along good.
Council? Yeah, I'm working every day a little better. So
good for you,
We had knee surgery.
Mayor, Matt, do you have a presentation? Because I got a few questions on
I
it.
do. Yeah, if you want to see. Yep. I just got.
I mean, I don't care if you have a presentation. I just have some questions. I know.
Oh,
so.
well, I'll get it pulled up here so that if. And I'm guessing I just do the share of the screen, correct? And just start the show. And then this thing scrolls around. Okay. So yes, we back on the June 1st council meeting, we funded $50,000 from prior program year CDBG funding to what we called the housing affordability sort of bucket of money, because what happens often is we have developers that might have a shovel-ready project in a program year, but we have no money allocated. So this allows us the flexibility to react to developers that want to come into our community and provide us some sustainable, affordable housing options in Nampa. Both of this, we have two items on the agenda today. They're both infill projects. This one here that we're discussing right now for LEAP Charities. They have had an infill project over near Home Depot, right kind of behind it in that subdivision. There's existing duplex housing right on the same street that they're on, just a little further up the road. They're developing two 4-bedroom duplexes. Our cost in this particular project is about $10,000 per duplex, which gets us some housing affordability at 50% of the area median income for a term of 20 years. So they have other money invested from the Neighborhood Stabilization Program through Idaho Housing and Finance Association. And so we're a very small piece of this budget, but it allows us to participate in a way that gets us some sustainable, long-term, affordable rental units in an already infill, sort of established empty lot that was in that particular subdivision on Aries. So
So Mayor, my question is mainly, do you know the background on LEAP and Indy Dwell as far as who actually contracted LEAP to do these type of things? Let me just get a little bit. I've had somebody in Boise contact me because they've done projects LEAP has. And from what his figures are, which he presented to me, is when Indy Dwell, that's making these shipping containers, it's costing up to $300 a square foot.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense to me that that HUD and so on, that we're using these type of manufacturers. If that's what it's costing to do this, why there wouldn't be a cheaper way? I realize the city here, we're not talking about putting a lot of money into this. It's a great, as far as the concept, wonderful concept. But just because they're using shipping containers, I know they're energy efficient and those type of things, but at that type of square footage, and there's no way I would vote for something like this without me receiving more education on LEAP and their contract with Indy Dwell on this, because you can do some stick buildings, and Councilman Haverfield know much more than I would, but if this is true, up to $300 a square foot, and then with their subsidies with St. Al's and so on, of course it's getting down. But I don't understand why we're contracting if this is true with this organization.
So they have received funding for the Neighborhood Stabilization Program through the Idaho Housing and Finance Association. They came to me because just like any affordable housing opportunity or project, the whole goal is to get the total project cost down. And so they utilize multiple grant and multiple financing sources. I can't speak to, I'm not an expert on cost per square foot for different funding options. In this particular case, what was presented to me was 2 duplexes that we had money set aside for to participate in that will, if their costs for this particular 2 duplexes might have been high, if they can still market that at a 20-year term at $1,067 a month, including utilities, then they've figured out a way to get their overall costs on the financing side low enough to allow that to be affordable. Somebody building a stick home maybe wouldn't be able to come in and do that. I haven't looked really in depth at their financing structure. I do know that I will have requirements that they'll have to comply with to meet these goals for me, and I'll, for a term after this is over, we will monitor that and have them provide feedback back to me for a term, maybe 5. I don't know that we'll do a 20-year timeline on that, but my 5 years, I'll have them report back to me to ensure that they're maintaining those in affordable.
So Mayor, if I mean, what's the square footage on the, because 4 bedroom and 2 baths, but the container, one container itself is 320 square feet. So if you use 3 containers, of course, 960 square feet.
I was trying to remember, I thought I had that in here on what the square footage was on that.
And I'm not real fond of the picture, but of what this is looking like. But
I've got another photo in here. Yeah. It's again, that's the model that they're choosing to go with.
You have to go off their site. This is what's for Nampa, duplex.
So this was the existing lot here. I just went out, took a picture. This was something that was actually they had in their conditional use permit, the existing lot. This is what they put in their conditional use permit. So, I mean, they've cited it, they've put a pitched roof on it, which is what they got guidance from, I think either Planning and Zoning or Idaho Housing and Finance. And then part of that conditional use permit being approved was that those carports are now going to be fully enclosed garages that will match the siding example on the home itself. So when I looked at the plans, it looks like, my understanding is there's 2 containers in the very center, another container set back slightly, and then a 3rd container set back slightly again. So there's 3 containers on each side per
so 960 square feet.
And so
4 bedrooms and 2 baths.
They're not. I toured a facility. I think some other gentlemen from Public Works and Planning and Zoning also toured a development they had in Boise just to see what they looked like on the inside. I think they had some questions about, because they come out fully. Sort of all the electrical is done up. When they show up on site, they basically just put the hard line in from the outside. Everything on the inside was already pre-finished. Yeah. And so they wanted to see some of how those things look. So the Public Works and the Planning and Zoning also toured them. They might be very cost ineffective things to build. And I think if that's the case, that over time, they'll stop being able to build them, and they'll have to find a more
Well, depends on who
cost-effective
they-
model.
And I'm not accusing, but it depends on who they know and who the inside folks are. Some people have influential
Okay.
relationships. That's how especially with government. I'm just questioning whether they're working with a government, an entity here and they're overcharging. I'm not accusing because I don't have all the facts, but it looks like it's very suspicious to me.
Well, and I guess we'll have that option too. You have that option to either participate or not participate in this particular
And
activity.
like I said, at this point in time, without more education, I'm not going to be voting in favor. The other thing in Boise, and this is off the subject, and I apologize because we're getting late anyway, but my understanding is they're doing low-income housing. They're selling the houses, but their trust company actually keeps the land. It's not a land to the buyer.
Right. That's not what we've proposed here. These are
I know, but I don't
long-term
like that.
rental
What I'm
units.
saying is
These are
I don't
not
like that
homeownership
concept.
units. Yeah, so we're not looking at the same thing. I have discussed discussion with some other people about that particular thing. This particular project is not about ownership, and so if that was presented here, I don't know that I would participate in that.
No, it's
because it doesn't make sense to me to try to work for homeownership and not have them own the land. So whatever structuring and financing model they might be using for those particular sort of infill housing units, owner occupied, that's not something I necessarily personally am going to be interested in pursuing, but something like this where I get 20 years of affordability at 50% AMI market rents are lower. For $20,000, that's about as good as I can ask for. If it costs them a little more, maybe that's something IHFA needs to start thinking about as well, if it's a good fit for federal funding. If it costs more to build the same size square footage as a stick building, maybe they should look to other developers. Right now, I'm taking what's wanting to build in Nampa, and I'm trying to work with what's being presented to me. So this one here, I felt comfortable with moving forward, given the time frame that was being required by Idaho Housing and Finance for their investment, substantial investment in that additional cost.
Mayor
Thank you,
Kling.
Matt. Yes.
So we're making an investment, so what's the benefit for the city of Nampa? What are we getting from it, I guess?
So I guess the way I look at it from two things. First, we made sort of a promise to HUD that we were going to address housing affordability in our 5-year consolidated plan. And to date, this year, if we get these two things on the books, we had the Colorado Gardens project and then not a lot of other activity towards that goal. So this is helping us sort of meet our 5-year consolidated plan goal to try to get some movement in housing affordability. Plus, we also have a high sort of discrepancy in our current housing prices and rental market prices, where what people are earning and what they can afford to pay and what market rates are right now. It's just, there's sort of inequity there, and so it's hard to find developers who are willing to build projects and maintain them in an affordable price range. And so we're getting sort of a long-term housing stock that maintains at a rate that somebody who's making 50% of the area median income can afford to rent, which includes utilities right now anyway, and at around $1,000, I think it's a pretty good benefit for Nampa. We have an infill project, and it also is sustainably affordable.
So as long as we use the CDBG grants, for example, in this situation, then in the next coming years, we'll be able to receive more funding because we're applying that, right?
No.
No?
Our money comes to us through a formula. It's based on a very large part how the results of this census will turn out. They'll look at our like poverty rate. They look at the age of existing housing stock. And so when we're putting affordable housing infill projects in the city, that might help or change our formula a little bit, but most of our money will come through a formula basis from HUD. Us making good on our sort of promise that we're going to try to do something around affordable housing is just us saying there's a need in our community, because we had a survey through lots of community partners, and they all said this is something we should focus on, and so we said that's what we're going to focus on.
Okay.
And so we're just trying to help meet that goal. I feel like we have plenty of market rate housing in Nampa, and we have a shortage of affordable housing in Nampa. And so this is a way to get some of that metric moved in the right direction.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
So the difference between this discussion and the one that's coming next with Autumn Gold, We're talking about rentable units here, and then the ability for
next-
someone to own the next two. For a total cost of 50 grand on, as far as investment. We'll have 4 houses that will be able to be, 2 will be rentable at that rate for 20 years, approximately, 1,067.
Yeah, for this first one, we have, they have, through sort of I think their negotiations with Idaho Housing and Finance, in order for them to get the financing for that project, they had to keep it sustainably affordable for 20-year time horizon. And so that fits really well for me, because I was probably going to maybe require a 5 to 10-year time horizon. So it met what I needed plus.
So the ground that Leap Charities is going to be building on, who owns that ground?
My understanding was they purchased that from the gentleman that owned the lot next door.
Okay,
and
so
he sold that
they'll
to them.
retain ownership of the units?
Yeah, they'll own and manage those as rental units.
And then the Autumn Gold that's coming, they'll be able to own the ground that the units are built on?
They will own the home. So the Autumn Gold structure is a little different. They tend to, we will help, if approved by council, we will help participate in some of the pre-construction soft costs with part of that allocation. And then the other part, the way they structure their deals is they try to identify buyers and work with the lender. And so they offer down payment assistance through the CDBG program, and they also offer pre-construction soft costs. So they kind of take a two-pronged approach. They help lower their cost to build the home, and then they help the buyer get some down payment equity through the lender. And then the lenders also, I think, bring some other programs to the table to help them get in. So they've approached it from a cost side and a buyer side through the CDBG allocation, both of which are eligible activities.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, Mayor, as far as for the Leap Charities, it looks like the money's being used for reconstruction soft costs, like the design of these units.
Yes.
And permit fees.
Permit fees.
But the 30,000 for Autumn Gold is actually, like you said, it's more for to help get into home ownership, which
yes.
I like Autumn Gold's approach better, because we're getting them into home ownership, but then not everybody's going to be able to afford to buy units. So splitting the two to get 4 units, I'm in full support of.
And I think our total cost again would be with 20,000 here and 30 on the other. So our total all-in cost is 50,000 to get 4 houses, 2 ownership, 2 rental. In the total grand scheme of things, it's really a low participation rate for us, and kind of like where I'd rather be, because it's just paying the design work. It doesn't impede or it doesn't force any Davis-Bacon or other federal statutes on the construction itself, which would raise the cost for the builder. So it keeps us in a pretty low commitment on their side for federal funding.
Yeah.
That allows us to get in and out quickly.
Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion.
Thank you, I appreciate
That's all right with you.
That's great. And then I know Councilwoman Levi, did you have a question, or did you want to make a motion?
I have a question.
Question? Okay, let's do your question and then Randy's motion.
Okay, thank you. Matt, is there any danger with them owning the land?
And on the Leap?
Yes.
They own the whole building. They're going to own 2 rental units. Leap Charities is. But in order for them to build and own those, again, Idaho Housing and Finance has placed the stipulation that they have to maintain an affordability aspect to that rental unit. In other words, they can't rent it out for 1 year to people at an affordable capacity and then next year immediately turn it into market rates or turn around and sell it for a profit. They have to maintain that for a 20-year time horizon affordable. So they do own and manage those units.
So there's a contract that is holding them to the 20 years?
Idaho Housing and Finance has a contract with them, and I will have that in my file. And like I said, I will probably have them report to me the affordability side of that for probably a 5-year timeline. And then at that point, once my obligation to report to HUD is over, I'll probably stop requiring them to send it to me. But I will make sure that they're following through on their bargain, at least for the time frame that I'm involved. So.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Haverfield.
Mayor, I'm in support of the action that's requested, so I would make a motion to authorize CBDG staff to allocate the $20,000 as presented to us for Leap Charities.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Mayor, I would just like to add that I think the United Way Alice report just showed that, our Alice population has increased substantially, so our asset limited, income constrained employed, and having some affordable housing stock, which even 1,067 for a lot of families is not still. We need more and more of that. So I think this
Yeah.
is great. Thanks,
Yeah,
Matt.
hopefully we have more developers. Again, I would reiterate that this model of sort of funding some money into a pool for housing activity, and then be able to go out and identify builders that we want to work with. If we have reservations about the cost effectiveness of IndyDwell, that's certainly something I can take to them and let them know that, if they're going to build here, they might want to consider, more of a traditional stick-built building to keep it more cost effective, allow them to maybe get more units in the same area. But
Thank
if
you
we're going
for
to be
sharing
involved in that more effective or in a more detailed way where they're not really coming from just needing a little additional financing, we'll probably get a little harder into their budget and look at how many units we can get for our participation if we're involved more than we are currently. So.
Thank you.
This is just on the LEAP then, is all we're
This
voting?
is on LEAP, and so
Okay.
we're ready for roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Brunner?
No.
Levi?
No.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Thank you for following up, though, to ensure and listening to what Councilman Brunner
Yeah.
did. And so I think that's.
I've heard similar concerns from some projects in Boise, so I'm, again, if we move forward in any other capacity, I'd be very cautious and make sure that what we're doing is, at the end of the day, I want to run into those people in the grocery store and know I did right by them, so we definitely won't move forward if people wouldn't own the land underneath their house, so.
Mayor Kling.
Thank you, yes.
Comment from Matt. Just so you know, cost per square foot for, like I'd mentioned it earlier, Summit Ridge, those lots are going from 70,000 on up, but the cost per square foot for those homes that are being built out there, including the lot cost, is about $190 to $200 a square foot.
Okay.
So if you're hearing $300 a square foot, that's quite a bit more than some really nice homes that are being built
Right.
in our
And I will
community.
follow up with that. I think I know the concept and the idea is really good, right?
After the subsidies, all the help, it goes down. It can go down to about $200, but I'm talking about their initial costs, if they do not have St. Al's and all that, that's just subsidized.
Yeah, so again, if we were looking at more of a greater participation level and we were going to ask for home ownership, I think we'd look really hard at that budget. Because I would want to be able to get as many units as we could for our needs. So.
Yeah, I would like to get as many units as possible, but my whole point on this was I think we could get more units if we have a developer doing this for a less cost. We're not just looking at 2 rentals, we'd be maybe looking at, 4 to 6 rentals.
Yeah.
And again, I would have to look at, I'd be curious to know what a stick-built building would look like. It probably could be very similar on that small of a lot, if they could pull that off with traditional housing construction. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it would be interesting to see if what they could have done with that little lot. Right now, it's just nothing but dirt. They're pouring the foundation today, so.
Talk to a local contractor or whatever. Mitch Wolf has been here a lot or whatever.
Again, like I say, I'll have
pass that
further
on to somebody
conversations
like
with
that.
them.
Okay.
Okay,
Thanks.
let's move to 5.7. This is to approve the allocation of the $30,000 for the CDBG Housing Affordability Project to Autumn Gold.
Mayor Kling, I'm ready to make the same motion that I made to authorize CBDG staff to allocate $30,000 in funding for Autumn Gold for these units.
I'll second that. I just question though, what's the square footage on those? Do you know?
Those are, I think it's blocking the one side.
1,090 to
1170.
Yeah, so it was so we're not sure on what the square foot, I have not researched this one at all, so.
So I can, so that was what I just kind of went back to their original proposal to me in the application. That was what they were planning to build. The 2 homes that they have built, that where I've sort of squared off is the lot that the gentleman sold them in front off of Victory and I think it was Spiceland. And this is the first home. it looks like a pretty standard home to me. I'm guessing there it's right around the 1,000 square foot range. They both have, I wish I should have gone around taking a picture of the backyard. They both have.
I was just wondering what their square foot, if they were disclosing their square footage cost.
Oh, I'm guessing it's right in that mix, around 1,000, 1,100 square feet. My guess is probably closer to 1,000. I'll double check.
I'm talking about what their cost per square
Construction.
foot is.
They haven't disclosed that to me.
Okay, yeah, there sometimes has been.
Mayor, those would be in the $120 to $130 a square foot range, most likely.
Yeah.
So we have a motion did we have a second?
Yes, I second it.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Thank you, Matt.
Oh, of course.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you very much.
Take care of yourself.
I'm going to change our order up. Butch, you've been sitting here all night, and I'm sorry. Go ahead and let's move over to action item 7.3, so Butch can go home. And I'm sorry, Tom, but there's a whole bunch that you're in. So I'm going to move 2 around. Darren, I'm going to move you up, and Butch. So Butch, you're first. So this is, item 7.3 is to authorize the mayor to sign the contract for the replacement of the audio system in the council chambers. We changed this a little bit, and I'll let you speak to it. Butch?
Yes, so one lesson learned, don't go on vacation when things like this are going on. But just to bring you up to speed on it, the original proposal that we had submitted for CARES funding approval at the state level was through Neuralink. I was under the impression at that time that Neuralink was under the state contract, and so we wouldn't have to go out on bid. That is not the case, so we have gone out for other bids. We've had another one come in, and they're right in that same $120,000 range. What we're proposing is we used the Neuralink bid to go to the state for the approval of the amount. And what we're asking for is we can't exceed that amount because that's all that they've approved for us. So if something comes in lower, we're asking that the mayor be approved to approve that lower one if it meets the same criteria that we're looking for. As far as what we're asking for, you guys have seen the problems we've had just tonight with the sound equipment and with the things that we're trying to accomplish here. We're taking an antiquated system and we're pushing it well beyond its limits. And with the COVID, regardless of your stance on COVID, the way we do business going forward has changed. We know that, and it's going to continue to change for the foreseeable future. And it's just another event in the future that could cause us to be right back here. We are going to have to replace this at some point in the future, regardless of whether we do it because of the reasons of COVID or because we do it the reasons that the system itself wears out. Some of the short outs and the things that you hear here are due to the fact that this system is very temperamental, and we have I'll use the technical term, we've jerry-rigged some things to keep it running and to make it functional so that people can hear when they listen out in the public and things like that. And so we want to put a system together that we don't have to do that, as well as the fact I don't think people realize what's going on behind the scenes. Mark is an incredible engineer when it comes to keeping this thing running, and we're very fortunate to have him, and we're just a retirement away from losing that functionality. And so if we can get the new system in here and get it stabilized and get it set up, then we can continue supporting that going forward with other resources. So that's where we're at with that.
Mayor? Is Neuralink the preferred provider?
Neuralink has been the preferred provider in the past for things that we've done. They've done our Polycom system. They've done some things for Meridian and Boise, and they've always been very, very competitive. So we knew that they were going to come in at a competitive bid. We've also gone, the other bid that we have currently that just came in today was from Lightworks. And again, they came in at, so Neuralink came in at $122,000, Lightworks came in at $120,000, but we haven't had a chance to review to make sure that it's a one-to-one comparison with the equipment and things.
Do you have a third vendor that's coming in?
The third vendor has come in, we're waiting for their bid.
Okay, I was just wondering how that would play out. If Neuralink was your preferred provider, and they've already disclosed what their bid amount is, having 2 other companies come in, knowing what the bid amount was for Neuralink,
to my knowledge, they don't know the amount. I mean, they may have watched this broadcast or whatever and seen it, but we haven't.
Well, yeah, it's public knowledge now.
It is today, but the bids and all of the work was done the previous week. So it's all been done.
So they
this week.
shaved their number by $7,000?
2,000.
I thought you said 120.
120 and 122.
122 was Neuralinks. It's 129 here, so that'd be $7,000 difference.
Okay, I'll have to go back and look at my numbers. I had 122, I'm sorry.
But the upper amount was what was originally approved, so.
Yes, and so we would come in at whatever the lowest bid was, as long as the equipment is a one-to-one match and it meets the criteria that we.
So the difference of 129 minus whatever the bid amount is, that doesn't come to the city, that you only get what the bid amount is.
Well, technically, we only get what we put in the POs for. So whatever we purchase, whatever that cost is, and we turn the bill in, they'll reimburse us for that, and that's all. And so the rest of it will be left in the CARES fund.
Okay.
Okay, is there a motion? What do you want to do?
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve you to authorize, let me find it, contract for replacement of the audio system in council chambers. The lowest bid.
After it's been approved by legal.
Oh, it's been approved by legal.
Is there a second?
I'll make the second with the clarification that it's not to exceed the approved CARES amount of 129, 499.
She agrees.
You're better at that than I am.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Thanks,
Thank you, Butch.
Butch, and good night. Have a good
Good
night's
night.
sleep.
Let's move over to item 514 on the agenda. Darren, this is yours. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the use agreement that allows the Valley View School District to use the Optimus Park parking lot as a pass-through to mitigate traffic congestion concerns on Birch Lane. And Randy, you and I did talk. We talked about holding this. We went ahead and moved it through, but we also asked Streets, and thank you for getting that together very quickly. To support, Streets has reviewed that, and they put a letter in with the packet.
I make the motion that we approve as stated.
Okay, second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mayor Kling, I just need a minute.
Yes.
I just need a minute to make sure can I get some sort of a description of what we're talking about here? So they talked about bypassing the school grounds, utilizing that street system. Who maintains that during school hours, during non-school hours? Is there?
So the improvement, if you go to Exhibit B, the improvement is made by this school district, and that is on their land. And so this would be the improvement.
Right. And maybe what I'm looking at isn't the same as what you're, okay. So yeah, they're extending their parking area to the east to tie into the private lane that goes around, that accesses all that parking to the park ground.
Correct.
And they're looking to be able to channel traffic around the north part of Birch along the east boundary line through that new parking lot extension. Why is that important that they have all of that road system to work with instead of just coming off of Birch westbound north into that park area and then through their new parking area, and just have the loop through there and not have it go all the way through all that road system?
If you've ever seen the backup, I've sat through that line.
So
There's such a long line of cars that are waiting to pick up their kids. What it's going to do is it's going to get them off the roadway, and they're now going to stage all along the back area, to get the traffic off the road and it'll allow, they won't back up on 11th Avenue North because it's such a long staging area. Whereas today, when I used to live over there, in the morning and in the afternoon, there was a long line all down Birch, and it really was a traffic hindrance.
So it's the queuing aspect of it that's necessary?
Yeah.
So back to my initial.
Haverfield, the routing, if they were to use the Birch entrance and their new thing, it gains them 2 additional queue parking spaces. puts them at about 35 vehicle queue on that side. By going along 11th Avenue and coming around on the park access road, it gets them over 100 vehicle queuing.
Right. And during the week. So again, it's just during weekdays. What about bus traffic? Is it separated from the car traffic then?
Yes.
Yes. The bus traffic comes in off of Franklin, or off of 11th Avenue on the other side of the building.
Okay, so
it's
they're totally
unaffected.
separated.
Yes.
Okay.
And I should mention, and you talk about maintenance, the agreement, any seal coating or improvements, the school district will pay half of that for the lane that they're using. In addition to that, we worked out an agreement where we were not using the basketball courts for our youth programs at Birch Elementary, but with this need of the school district and our need, we were able to work out an agreement, so we'll start using their gym.
I was just more concerned about the liability aspect of the cross-traffic, especially between bus and auto. That's something you really have to be concerned about with elementary schools, so it doesn't sound like that's going to be an issue. And if you're okay with them queuing through the park system there, I'm fine then.
Okay, so we had a motion, correct? It was moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi? Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Darren, thank you. So Darren, you can go home. Now, we've got Public Works all sitting here and police. So thank you, Chief Huff. Boy, did you choose the night to be here. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go back up to, this is actually item 5.8, and Rick, this would be, if you want to be here, it's up to you. This is the resolution for appointments to the VRT board. So we realized that our VRT representatives were Bobby Sanchez and Michael Fuse, and needed to change those. We had missed changing them. The two board appointees for the VRT are myself and Sandy Levi. We are recommending that Tom Points and Jeff Barnes actually be the alternates. And the reason for that is that they are listening in to and are paying attention to what's happening with VRT. And so if you've got a board member that isn't present, you've got somebody that is totally in tune and knows exactly what needs to be done. And so that was the recommendation.
So
there.
Mayor, do you have earphones if you're voting on something where they can?
They get, no, yeah. Well, when we were in person, they sat behind us. And then as Jeff does for the board meetings, and I really appreciate it, he gives, both Victor and I have a document that they've done the work and have recommendations for us. And so we stay in touch and they do a really good job.
So our motion would be to appoint the board members, Mayor Kling and also Councilman Levi. Is that what the motion is with alternates?
We're already in.
Right.
It's just the alternates.
Okay.
So the motion.
So
would-
move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Okay. And thank you guys for your willingness to serve. Thank you. Item 5.9 is to authorize the mayor to sign an easement encroachment for Mr. Frederick Harms for his property located at 405 North Horton.
I'm making a motion, so move on that one. From what I read, it was fine.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion or questions? Roll call.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Item 5.10 is to authorize the mayor to sign the non-development agreement with Carriage Hill West Subdivision Number 5 between the city and Toll Southwest.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
Is there any discussion on this one? Any questions? It's pretty straightforward. Hearing none, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Item 5.11 is to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution for a state and local agreement for construction of Greenhurst Road and Sunnybrook Drive to Canyon Street.
So move.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
So 5.12 is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the resolution for state and local agreement for project development for the intersection of Holly Street and Northwest Nazarene University roadway. So Tom or Jeff, would you like to come up and speak to this one?
So Mayor, I never did see this in my packet. Am I just missing it, folks? Because when I hit 5, I bring up Valley View School District when I hit that one. You have it? Because I brought it, there was 3 different changes, and I downloaded the third one.
Just recuse yourself and you're fine.
Okay.
It's been in you.
Since it's NNU, I'll just recuse myself.
Logo on.
Actually, today on this one, I needed to call Joel Pearsall on it and Steve Emerson to talk to them about it because it was very important to me that, one, they were aware of it, and 2, that they supported it. As Tom will say, this project began some time ago, back in, it's a long time ago. And I visited with both of them, and Steve Emerson today said that they supported the project. I had my concerns on it, and my team has heard that, but it's important that our key stakeholders are behind it. The thing that Tom has communicated, and that is that we will go back to public involvement and discuss the project. And for NNU, the comments were safety of the students. And then Steve Emerson said he talked to you, Jeff, about moving a light, possibly, from the Brandt Center over towards the student housing piece. I think one of the proposals were the bike and ped side for getting pedestrian. I am concerned about taking 2 lanes into 1, which will happen at Roosevelt, right? And after Roosevelt, there's not another stop, right?
Right.
Right, because we stop at 7th, and then we stop at Roosevelt, and then at Roosevelt, you're probably going to have a right-hand turn or left or something, but it's going to go into 1 lane with your turn lane in the middle all the way through. And then when you get to Canyon, or before you cross to Holly, you're going to split into 2 or 3 right at that intersection for your left turn, your straight, and your, left turn, straight, and right turn. I said it backwards. Is that right?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right, Mayor.
And I'm sorry, thank you for this personal conversation. I just needed it to feel good myself on this one.
Sounds confusing.
Sounds confusing. Well, it's, yeah.
We're going to change the name of Holly to University Drive now? No?
Mayor Council Haverfield, there's 3 roads along that route. There's Bird, there's Holly, and then there's a third one too, Sherman. So just to keep it simple, like Grant Riders Road, NNU Drive.
NNU Drive.
Yeah, but we're not renaming the road.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It'd be nice, though.
That was a very contentious one when it came up previously.
I'm sure it was.
That was, wasn't it?
Yeah. Okay. So,
So Mayor, you said that Joel and Steve both were in favor of this?
they didn't oppose it because they haven't seen it for some time. This is one that has set for a while and then came back kind of quickly, and it had to do with the funding. As I was kind of, we kind of had discussions. I was a little frustrated that it came up at the last moment, but then these guys helped me understand the reason it did, and that's because the funding moved forward at Compass. Unexpectedly, the funding became available to get it done. And so with that, I understand the fact that it needs to move quickly. What's important to me, and this is where the public outreach is so important, is that we get the key stakeholders, the public that's impacted by this. We have a public outreach opportunity and we hear from them. So
the original grant was put together back in 2018. We did a pre-concept report with 2 alternatives, and there was one with a 4-lane section and then one with a 3-lane section. The group that was put together, which included NNU, the Bike and Ped Advisory Committee, I think there's a university district, there's a group of about 12 people that got together. They all said we like the 3-lane, and the real reason was because it was reducing the crashes down from, there's 95 crashes over a 5-year period, and this would reduce it down to 50% of that. If you were going to continue with the 4 lanes, it's only, and then do the improvements we're talking about, bike and ped, it's less than that. It's like a 20% reduction. So it's a bigger safety benefit. And then with the amount of traffic on that road today and what we're projecting, it's still that we still had the capacity with the 3-lane road in order to accommodate it. So that was the decision at that time. We'll go back, and now that we weren't certain what we were going to get the grant, it got moved forward. Now, like all our projects, we'll go in and do another public outreach to kind of final the design up. Because this is just for design. This isn't for construction yet. Construction is not funded. So we'll get the outreach, make sure that's still what everybody wants, and then final the design up.
So, Mayor, so Tom, we're just asking for 10,000 up front at this point?
That's correct, Councilor Haverfield, yeah.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? I have one more question. I'm sorry,
Mayor.
I've got to ask it just to make sure my mind is clear on this one. In the event that in the public outreach portion, there isn't consensus on how to move forward and we change off of that, the language of this says we have to, if we don't move forward with it, we have to pay back the money. So I just want to make sure that in that public outreach side that we're doing that first, right off the bat.
Yeah.
So that if there's any concern within the community about what we're doing, we don't want to get into a situation that design has begun on something.
Right, and that, yeah, absolutely. We'll do that right off the front. And, you know, the scope of the project can change. It's the grant amount that, you know, we're looking for. So it's up to 400,000, which could be some, there's also some bike and ped crossings, which would be a good thing to have. So there's some flexibility in the design. So we'll refine it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Thank you, Tom. The next action item, 513, is to authorize the mayor to sign the 2020 Nampa Municipal Airport Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program Plan.
So move.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
We're now moving to unfinished business, 7.1. This is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning for 7 acres to light industrial at 9778 East Cherry Lane for Hatch Design Architecture.
In orders determining that certain lands commonly known as 9778 East Cherry Lane, east of Midland Boulevard, comprising approximately total of approximately 33.13 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the city limits of the City of Nampa, County of Canyon, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa as part of the BC, consisting of 7.0 acres, and IL, consisting of a total of 26.134 acres, zones, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below be part of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that a segment of Cherry Lane lay contiguous to the city limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and should be annexed into the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and be assigned a zoning designation corresponding to adjoining private lands, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith, providing an effective date, and directing the clerk of the City of Nampa to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
This is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
So moved.
Second.
Victor,
Thank you.
discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yeah.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Items 7.2 and 7.3 are completed, so we're going to go to 7.4, and this is the first reading of ordinance for the FY 2021 budget, and it is also requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance appropriating funds for a 12-month period from the first day of October 2020 and inclusive to the 30th day of September 2021, and defray the expenses and liabilities of the City of Nampa for said fiscal year, specifying the objects and purposes for which said appropriation is made, authorizing a levy of the sufficient tax upon the taxable property, providing for repeal and conflicting ordinances, directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance with the county commissioners and Idaho Secretary of State, and providing an effective date, referencing sources and uses of funds and appropriating monies, specifying a process for expenditures and funds, and establishing an effective date.
So moved. Under suspension of rules.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
What number was this?
Pardon?
What number was this?
7-4.
Okay. Okay, yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
And our last one is the first reading of ordinance, annexation and zoning to RS4 at 922 and 946 West Maryland Avenue. This is for 9 single-family residential lots for Sawyer Eckert Anchor Homes.
In order to determine that certain lands commonly known as 946 West Maryland Avenue comprising approximately 1.66 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the city limits of the city of Nampa, County of Canyon, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the city of Nampa as part of the RS4 zone, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below be part of the city of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and directed the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Nampa, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, and orders and parts thereof in conflict herewith, providing an effective date, and directing the clerk of the city of Nampa to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63215.
And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
Make the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass under suspension of rules. Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
That concludes our action items for this evening, and there is no executive session. And I just want to tell thank you to the council for your good work, good discussion. We don't always agree, but it's still good. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for your consideration of everything that you do.
Mayor Quinn?
Yes.
Did I miss that 706 is off the agenda?
Yes, 7-6 was taken off of the
Okay,
agenda.
I'm sorry, I didn't-
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. Yes. And
We're gonna do
Councilman
mayor-
Bauer. Pardon?
Did we miss comments? Was that a while ago?
Mayor and council comments?
Yeah.
But do you have a comment? Would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, it's not controversial, just,
No, you-
I'm lucky I have a,
You may, even if it is controversial.
okay. It's getting really late. So I'm really lucky. I have a employee or a personal assistant that works for Crush the Curve. And I'm watching some of my friends' businesses. This COVID thing's pretty hard on them, especially you got all these employees. I've had now 5 employees get tested. My turnaround time is when we think they come in contact with someone or they have symptoms. One was 1 day, the other one was 2 days. So I'm hoping the numbers go down. If they go up, I would highly recommend talk to these Crush the Curve people. They're fantastic. I understand the hospitals are doing stuff, but my buddies that are getting tested, they're still like days and days and days. Some of them 10 days or more. Crush the Curve doesn't have to do an exam with their testing. So they can bust out more tests, they get it faster. So if the numbers skyrocket, this would be something to do for the small businesses that would help tremendously. If you could get tests back in a day or two, that's everything for a small business owner that has employees. I mean, my first one was out 14 days, a secretary, and my wife had to work, with her kids. Anyway, so I just wanted to voice that it's an option to talk to them. Anyway, highly recommend it. It's been a lifesaver for my business, and where I have buddies that are, struggling right now when they're dealing with employees can't work.
Yep.
And then you have to pay them when they can't work, and all sorts of consequences of the small business world.
Thank you for sharing that. And staff, thank you for being here tonight. I'm sorry it's a late night. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you for hanging in there. Ed, good night for you. Get to fill in, huh?
Yeah, you guys can come in at 8:05 rather than 8 tomorrow.
Yes. I would stand for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, Gina's moved and
Second.
Randy Victor. Randy Victor.
Randy Vic.
Yes, thank you, Randy. And all in favor?
Aye.